breaking down every false disguise. Spam wars flood the open gate. He reads the lies, he seals the breach. Every threat that tries to crawl meets a wall, meets a wall. Hear the call, the signal rise from the coast to mountain skies. When the shadows try to land, we stand. America, hold the line. America, tonight is mine. Tactical Templar, online, guard the flame, defend the light. America, hold the line. America, we rise, we rise. Templar, online, steal the heart, defend the light. In the dark of the midnight feed, he plants truth like a battle creed. No surrender, no retreat, just the thunder under his feet. From the screen to the steadfast shore, he stands for the things worth fighting for. One nation loud and alive. We endure, we survive. America, hold the line. America, tonight is mine. Tactical Templar, online, guard the flame, defend the light. America, hold the line. America, we rise, we rise. Tactical Templar, online, steal the heart, defend the light. Hold the line. We rise, we rise, we rise, we rise. Tactical Templar, defend the light. Morning breaks on the interstate. Steel birds cut the pale blue haze. From the farms to the harbor gates, one bright flag in a million ways. Hands that build and hands that mend, hard-won miles from end to end. Every road and river name burns like iron in our veins. Hear the call, the signal rise from the coast to mountain skies. When the shadows try to land, we stand. America, hold the line. America, tonight is mine. Tactical Templar, online, guard the flame, defend the light. America, hold the line. America, we rise, we rise. Tactical Templar, online, steal the heart, defend the light. In the grid of a million screens, he moves like a ghost through coding beams. A chrome-crossed night with a focused eye, breaking down every false disguise. Spam wars flood the open gate. He reads the lies, he seals the breach. Every threat that tries to crawl meets a wall, meets a wall. Hear the call, the signal rise from the coast to mountain skies. When the shadows try to land, we stand. America, hold the line. America, tonight is mine. night feed. He plants truth like a battle creed. No surrender, no retreat, just the thunder under his feet. From the screen to the steadfast shore, he stands for the things worth fighting for. One nation, loud and alive. We endure, we survive. Junk and bone, cheap trinkets stacked like a rusted throne. He sold his soul for a price tag, grinned and fed on the shame that he called a win. He raised black banners in the dawn, pointing at songs till the voices were gone. But every lie leaves a stain in stone, and every thief ends up standing alone. False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises. He hunted cards in the velvet haze, chasing bright treasure through fevered days, flipping his relics for silver and pride, while faithful friends were cast aside. He called for the chains, for the mute, for the break, for every voice he could make the world take. But the halls grew loud with the thunderous call, and neighbors stood shoulder to shoulder in fall. No crown for the man who feeds on fear, no feast for the one who poisons the year. He dragged his name through mud and fire, then found the bridge burned by his own desire. False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, the crowd has joined sing. No fraud outlives the dawn we bring. False flag burn, your banners turn to ash. False flag alert, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flag fall when the whole world rises. He sat on a pile of gold, with hail on his breath and spite in his throat. Heavy with greed, with glassy red eyes, counting his curses like stolen prize. His tower was packed with junk and bone, street trinkets stacked like a rusted throne. He sold his soul for a price tag grin, and fed on the shame that he called a win. He raised black banners in the dawn, pointing at songs till the voices were gone. But every line leaves a stain in stone, and every thief ends up standing alone. False flag burn, your banners turn to ash. False flag alert, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flag fall when the whole world rises. He hunted guards in a velvet haze, chasing bright treasure through fever days, flipping his relics for silver and pride, while faithful friends were cast aside. He called for the chains, for the mute, for the break, for every voice he could make the world take. But the halls grew loud with a thunderous call, and neighbors stood shoulder to shoulder in fall. No crown for the man who feeds on fear, no feast for the one who poisons the year. He dragged his name through mud and fire, then found the bridge burned by his own desire. False flag burn, your banners turn to ash. False flag alert, the crowd has joined at last. of 100 screens, tactical Templar draws his steel. From thumbnail banners to comment beams, he calls the scattered to the wheel. Bite, 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 the banners rise from basement desks and kitchen floors. Writers, gamers, camera eyes, all answer now with iron roars. Hear the signal split the night, one shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight, every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar, lead us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We stand as one, we hold the line. 1,000 voices, one design. Tactical Templar, break their scheme. Tactical Templar, forge the dream. No broken gate, no dark decree. The creators march, and all are free. Then came the quartering, with a smear black crown spinning his rock through the halls of the feed. He poured out doubt to drag us down, and fed on panic like it was need. But the editor sharpened every frame, the streamer raised his painted blade, the podcaster lit up the name, and none of us flinched, none of us swayed. Hear the signal split the night, one shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight, every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar, lead us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We stand as one, we hold the line. 1,000 voices, one design. Tactical Templar, break their scheme. Tactical Templar, forge the dream. No broken gate, no dark decree. The creators march, and all are free. Raise the shields of truth and craft. Hold the torches high and true. We are more than mock and draft. We are the tide he cannot do. In the glow of 100 screens, tactical Templar draws his steel. From thumbnail banners to comment beams, he calls the scattered to the wheel. Bite, 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 the banners rise from basement desks and kitchen floors. Writers, gamers, camera eyes, all answer now with iron roars. Hear the signal split the night, one shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight, every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar, lead us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We stand as one, we hold the line. 1,000 voices, one design. Tactical Templar, break the scheme. Tactical Templar, forge the dream. No broken gates, no dark decree. The Creator's march, and all are free. Raise the shields of truth and craft. Hold the torches high and true. We are more than mock and draft. We are the tide he cannot do.
Hello, brothers! Welcome back to the show. It's so good to see you on this Monday afternoon. Brothers, I have a jam-packed show for you today, and I'm so glad you're here with me. We are going to be taking a look at the Charlie Kirk trial. That's right, guys. The Charlie Kirk trial. We are going to be watching the introduction. We're going to be going over, we're going to be watching that. It's going to be great. But guys, as important as that is, and it is extremely important because we want justice for Charlie Kirk. We want justice for Charlie Kirk. So that is important. However, let me also mention that the quartering is done. The quartering is thinking that he is going to go on hiatus for 3 months. That's right, guys. The quartering is announcing that he is going on hiatus. He's still going to be uploading videos, and he's going to do some blog channel. But in terms of actually streaming, it seems like he's done. Melanie Mack may have just been fired. Guys, we are going to have a lot of fun today. Also, DSP is crashing out. We're going to be talking about that because it's absolutely wild. DSP is threatening to sue his detractors. Sue his detractors. Right. This is going to be the lawsuit of the year. I cannot wait for this. Content on top of content on top of content. Also, we're going to be talking about the Xbox Monday Massacre. Guys, you have no idea what Xbox has been doing if you haven't been paying attention to yours truly. I've been retweeting this for the past couple hours. The Xbox Massacre. There has been a mass firing event. Huge. Thousands of people are gone. This is biblical. This was promised to us 3,000 years ago. And guys, it's what I've been saying for years, okay? There are people like me and Heels versus Babyface and Asmongold and a whole lot of others that have been ringing this alarm for a long time. And we've been warning. We've been saying, hey, if you go down this path, It's not going to end well. And you know what? These studios said, fuck you. We don't care. You're a chud. You're a racist. You're an incel. You're a xenophobe. You're an Islamophobe. You're every phobe and every ist and everything under the sun. We don't have to listen to you. Well, guess what? You got to listen to us now. Because your companies are burning. And I don't mean like the far left literally taking a torch to a Tesla dealership. I'm talking about the consequences of your actions are finally catching up with you. And your studios are going under. And you're going out of business. The firings today are only the beginning. And the new CEO of Xbox has come out to say as much. That this is just the beginning. So we're going to go over all that. We're going to go over the Xbox Monday Massacre. Guys, this has been a tremendous day. If you're somebody that's the least bit interested in any of the topics that we cover, this is going to be a jam-packed show. We've got a little bit of something for everyone. So, I thought maybe we would start with the Charlie Kirk segment. And so, first and foremost, let me give you guys the pre-flight. Let me give you guys a little bit of the information about the show. So, we have renamed the show, okay? We're calling it the Daily Crux. We're going to get to the crux of the issue, okay? The Daily Crux. I like it, all right? So, we are going to be talking, we're going to be talking about how you can interact with the show more than just in chat. So, let me explain something, because this does get into the DSP segment as well. This definitely does get into the DSP segment. So I want to explain something, and I think that this is extremely important. Okay? When it comes to my channel, okay? I was waiting the starting picture to change to unmute. Oh, well, that's nice. Jenny A was she was waiting. So here's the way that it works. On my channel, the way that I treat donations is that donations are appreciated, but they're not required. I know, shocking, right? Donations are appreciated. I always say thank you for donations, whether it's a penny, whether it's $1, $10, whatever. I always appreciate the generosity of my chat. However, it is not required. I know that may be a shock because people like DSP treat their audience like they're a piggy bank. That's not how I engage here. You are not under any obligation to donate. It does help the channel. It allows me to do some really cool things. But the only way that I want you to support is if you like the channel, you have some disposable income, and you make that choice to become part of the brotherhood, to become part of what we're building here. The only way I want you to do that is if you have some disposable money and you want to do it. I don't want you to feel guilted or pressured. Really is that simple. The quartering has a different philosophy that I find detestable. Somebody like DSP has a different philosophy that I find detestable. I want people to join or give memberships only if they enjoy the show and they want to support it. Like Jenny A over on Kick just gifted 1 sub over there. Jenny A is extremely generous. She is somebody that is gifted in total 90 subs over her time on the stream. That is insane generosity. We love it. I appreciate it. every bit of it. But Jenny A and everyone else knows that there is no requirement. It is not a required thing. It's not an expected thing. I expect to go online and get $0. That is the expectation, because I'm not owed any more than that. If I get a penny or a dollar, every bit of it is a blessing. It's a generous donation. And that's the way the content creators should view it. So, that's my opinion. Anyway, if you're on YouTube and you send in a super chat, $5 and up, it gets it read text to speech on screen. So, if you want to contribute to the channel, even more than, your chat contribution, then you can do that. You can send in a $5 super chatter up, and it will read text to speech. All right. So we've gotten the basics out of the way. Let me go over and first of all, let me see if the quartering has updated this at all. No. Okay. So let me just show you. Actually, let me take that. All right, there we go. So this is the Quartering's new channel. It is a brand new channel. And this is going to be basically the Quartering streaming, in his bed or from his mobility scooter. No, I'm not kidding. And so this is where you can go to see the Quartering basically humiliate himself while not at his desk. So, I don't know, exciting news, guys. The Quartering, the Quartering humiliation arc continues. But actually, I want to show you something that I posted. Let's see what the response is. Okay, here we go. Brothers, the Quartering is going on a 3-month hiatus, according to his YouTube community tab. This is particularly hilarious because the Quartering was bragging that he was going to destroy the lives and the reputation of the Kino Casino amongst other people. And as it turns out, the only one that got destroyed, both physically and in terms of his career, was Jeremy from the Quartering. Now, I want to show this to you because I think you guys are going to get a good laugh at this. The Quartering posted this. Hey everyone. Well, looks like with my knee, I'll be out of commission for at least 3 months. What would a normal person do? Rest. But I'll do what I've really wanted to do for a long time. Start a vlog channel where I do behind the scenes content. Discuss the business of YouTube. Oh yeah, the business of YouTube that you're failing at. And also stories I think will be important to you all, but don't have a home on my main channel. I'll be uploading twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5 p.m. It would be awesome if you went over and subscribed if you're interested. The comments, guys, I need you to understand this. The comments are turned off. The Quartering knows. He knows what the comments would be. And so he turned the comments off. They're off. And as we know, companies that release a statement but they delete comments or they turn off comments, definitely secure of themselves. Definitely secure in their brand and reputation, right? Anyway. So, yeah, the Quartering took a Kino to the knee, right? So I want to show you this because this is from today. This is from today. The Quartering had probably one of his most embarrassing streams in a while. And I managed to record this. I got to say, I'm just going to warn you. This is probably one of the most retarded things I've seen from the Quartering in a while.
I don't have any problem with London, England. I don't have any problem with England at all.
Oh, yeah. No problem with England. No problem with England. No problem with the knife attacks. No problem with the acid attacks. No problem with the two-tier policing where they're going after white men. No problem with them trying to go after YouTube and bring about this new age of censorship. No problem with the Rupert Lowe UK Muslim Pakistani grooming gang report. No problem. Yeah, no problem with London.
I know I have a lot of viewers over in Europe, roughly 20% of my total viewership. Shout out to all of you. So I generally try to report on important English news and things like that, things that are going.
No, you don't. You can barely speak English. No, you don't. You don't talk about English news, the local English news of the day. Oh, do you, Jeremy? All right, then. It's like, oh, gosh. He's such an obnoxious grifter. It's all a pretense. It's all him trying to be everything for everyone. Jeremy, you say a jack of all trades is a master of none. No, you do not do European content all that often. You don't know much about Europe at all. You can't even find Iran on a map.
Going on over there. So, Lulu says, sorry for triggering you. To Sean Davis saying, have you considered crying about it even harder? And of course, they're big mad about all of the money that was spent on 850,000 munitions at America's 250th fireworks display. Just to keep it in perspective, there's 20,000 fired last year. Now, look, I get it. I'm a big USAID fan. I mean, I'm sorry.
I'm a big USAID fan. Whoa! He supports USAID. Why are you doing this, Jeremy? Like, seriously, why are you doing this?
Sorry, no, wait. A Doge fan cutting USAID. It's painkillers, guys. Okay.
He's on painkillers. Why would you be doing a show if you're on painkillers?
I don't even know where I'm at right now. Shout out to all of you. So there's 20,000 fire. And I mean, I'm sorry. No, wait. A Doge fan cutting USAID. It's painkillers, guys. Okay. I don't even know where I'm at right now.
He doesn't even know where he's at right now. He doesn't even know where he's at. Why are you doing a video? You are not in your right mind. You are high on drugs. And yet you're talking about political topics. This is embarrassing. This is genuinely embarrassing. What it means is that the Quartering has genuinely no life outside of this. He is high on drugs, doing these streams, and he's getting basic things wrong. Oh, yeah, no, I have no problem with the UK. No, I love the UK. It's great. Oh, I love the USAID. Oh, I mean, no, I don't. I love Doge. It's crazy. Jenny says, 2 Templars. Are we listening to past Templar or now Templar? Well, I'll let you decide which one you're listening to. But yeah, I understand.
I don't even know what's going on right now.
He doesn't know what's going on right now. It's just hard to watch. It's really hard to watch. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know what's going on. He's trying to comment on these, topics, but he's just out of it. And the thing is, he's going to be leaving for like 3 months. And it probably is the best thing to ever happen to him, if I'm being honest. Because the quartering continuously is his own worst enemy. You know, I've said this before over and over. One of the biggest problems that Jeremy has is his perspective on this whole situation and how you interact with the internet. Now, it's true. You don't just capitulate and give people whatever they want if you think that you're right and you think that they're wrong. At the same time, the quartering should have been smart enough to realize that, first of all, you don't go to Josh Moon, of all the people, you don't go to Josh Moon and threaten him to have the Kino Casino do something. Like, I don't know why he would, like, if he were that dedicated to threatening them, I don't know why he wouldn't go to the Kino Casino directly and start threatening them in DMs. Like, look, I'm gonna sue you. I'm gonna destroy your channel. I don't know why he would go to Josh Moon, of all people, to be the intermediary, if I can speak. But he did. And it's absolutely crazy. Because of all the people that can help mediate something, Josh Moon is the last one that would give your side any sort of, like, even charitable interpretation in the best of times, in the best circumstances. So I don't know why you would do that. It's boneheaded. But he should have apologized. He should have worked to make amends. He should have said, you know what? I made a mistake. And I just, I was high on, SSRIs and Oxycontin or whatever. I was popping pills. Like, genuinely, he should have apologized. He should have made amends. I'm not saying that everything would have gone away, but it would have been a lot easier. It would have been a lot better. If he showed some contrition and humility, if he had gone on Yellow Flash's stream, if he had worked to get the Kino Casino one banned, all of these things would have worked to his direct advantage, and he may not be in the position that he is in today. But, hindsight is 20/20, right? Well, no, because we were talking about this at the time, what he should do, and it was true then and it's true now. He just didn't want to listen. And now he's in a place where now his body is failing him, his career is failing him. It's only a matter of time before his wife leaves. He's in a loveless marriage. It's embarrassing all the way around. And every bit of it is a result of the quartering's own fault. And now he's going to be gone for 3 months. He's going to desperately try to stay in the algorithm. He's not going to be able to stay in the algorithm. So he's done. It'll be very interesting to see what happens when he returns. Or maybe he just says, screw it. After a couple days, maybe he just goes, you know what, I'm just going to go live anyway. Because he has nothing other to do. It's so unbelievably pathetic. Genuinely, unbelievably pathetic. And you know what? I bet you, if the quartering were to come out right now and admit what he did and apologize to the Kino Casino, they wouldn't forgive him, I don't think, but I bet you they would lay off a little bit. Maybe a little bit. I bet you they would. Because, to be honest, some of the Jeremy content is getting pretty stale, and DSP is sort of taking the reins with being the most unhinged version of himself right now, going off, threatening to sue, critics and detractors. But, yeah. Reno says, but I don't get how a knee injury precludes streaming. Well, Reno, as we were watching, the quartering is high on painkillers. So it's not that physically the quartering can't stream because it's just sitting on your ass. The problem is that the quartering, under the best of circumstances, he has his judgment impaired by the drugs that he takes. Well, now he's on a higher level of drug. So his cognitive ability is absolutely cooked. So that would be the reason why I would suggest the quartering relax and rest and put his leg up, watch some TV shows. Look, I'm a reasonable charitable guy. Quartering, you have enough money. You just sold your Cybertruck and all of your possessions that you've coveted for years off of the money that you've scammed from people. Just go and lay down and put your leg up. Just put your leg, go watch some shows on Netflix. But you trying to do a show under the conditions of you being on oxycodone? I think it's called oxycodone. He's on oxy. So, yeah, he's on very powerful drugs, and he's trying to do a show, and already we see today it's embarrassing. It's not working. He could be relaxing with his leg up, watching your stream right now. I very much doubt it. The Quartering has me blocked on X because the Quartering is forever a coward. The Quartering is somebody that had so many opportunities, more opportunities than most, to set this situation right. But it's grown beyond that. It's grown beyond the Keno Casino now. There are too many avenues that are looking into this now, all because the Quartering was too arrogant to just admit he was wrong. And he was wrong. He did do something wrong. This isn't out of nowhere. Anyway, we are wishing Jeremy a speedy recovery. We hope he gets back soon because it's more content. It's more content for me. And we don't really like to see people in pain. We don't. We don't wish pain on anyone unless it's of their own making. And I guess in this case you could say that it is. But yeah, we don't want people to suffer. Anyway, Jeremy, I do hope that eventually you get your life together. You stop pretending to be a Christian and actually put some effort into it. I hope you get off the drugs. I hope you downsize into a reasonably sized house. And when your wife eventually leaves you, I hope that you are able to find some solace and comfort in something. I don't know what it is, but it's got to be something. Fire Penguin says, sorry, it was supposed to... No, I got it with sarcasm. No, I understood. I got it, brother. You're good. You got blocked by Jer. I did get blocked by Jer. A while back when I was defending Yellow Flash. The Quartering was not happy. Anyway, brothers, I want to thank you for watching. We are in the wheelchair arc. We're in the wheelchair arc. He's in a wheelchair. And so that is just immensely entertaining. That Jeremy is going to be in a mobility scooter. He's going to be in a mobility scooter. Oh, man. Can you imagine the Quartering on his channel? Sitting there, streaming. He's like, man, I really want a drink. And his wife is, upstairs getting plowed by the bull. And he has to try to get his own drink, and his wheelchair runs out of power. Like his mobility scooter runs out of power, and he's just stuck. He's just stuck. He's got to wait for somebody to come find him. Hello? I'm stuck. My phone's out of batteries. I can't reach it. Hello? Someone? I need you to help me replug in my mobility scooter. I'm stuck here. Hello? Oh, man. It says, what is happening? He can't walk anymore. Yeah, he can't walk anymore because he had surgery on his leg. He had surgery on his leg, and it's gonna be a while before he can walk on it. And so, yeah, I just thought that'd be really funny if he just ran out of juice. Ran out of juice as he's trying to go get a drink. And he's just stuck there, and he can't. He's gotta wait for his wife to come down and find him. Yeah. Talking about Jared is really all about grabbing the bull by its horns, isn't it? It says mobility brand scooter. Yes! That could be the next business. That could be the next business. Mobility brand mobility scooters. Mobility brand mobility scooters. That's right, guys. They're going to be basically made out of cardboard. It says, we got our resident doctor in chat. It says, well, if he had a knee cleanup, he didn't ask me. He will be needing a knee replacement in 10 years. Well, I don't know. I don't know what he got. He didn't mention it. He says he's still waiting on his MRIs. But I don't know. I'm sure we'll get the details on his new channel. On his new channel, the Quartering Vlog. It says, call it a tactical scooter. Yeah. It's a 100K mobility scooter. Man, I don't think he has the funds. I don't. It says, it's the biggest orthopedic scam. If he had a meniscal tear, best is physical therapy and get knee cleanup. Well, almost certain a knee replacement. Well, he's gonna need a knee replacement. It's gonna be expensive. The Quartering is the next Stephen Hawking. Without the intelligence. Oh man. Yeah, he's the next Stephen Hawking. Man, and you know what's crazy? It really is nuts. The Quartering is responsible for all of this.
I don't have any problem with London, England. I don't have any problem with England at all. I know I have a lot of viewers over in Europe, roughly 20% of my total viewership. Shout out to all of you. So I generally try to report on important English news and things like that, things that are going on over there. So, you know, Lulu says, sorry for triggering you. To Sean Davis saying, have you considered crying about it even harder? And of course, they're big mad.
Renal MD says, he needs some Ozempic or Zepbound. He has to be almost 300 pounds. Almost 300 pounds? Brother, he's got to be almost 400 pounds. I think you're being a little generous. His body is shaped like a very odd pear. His body is shaped like a very odd pear.
About all of the money that was spent on 850,000 munitions at America's 250th fireworks display. Just to keep it in perspective, there's 20,000 fired last year. Now, look, I get it. I'm a big USAID fan. I mean, I'm sorry. No, wait. A Doge fan cutting USAID. It's painkillers, guys. Okay? I don't even know where I'm at right now. I don't even know what's going on right now.
One more time for the doctor in chat.
USAID fan. I mean, I'm sorry. No, wait. A Doge fan cutting USAID. It's painkillers, guys. Okay? I don't even know where I'm at right now.
He doesn't even know where he's at right now. He's high on drugs trying to do a stream. Yeah, he's out of his mind. He's hopped up on Oxy, and he's trying to run a show. And by the way, that was by no means the only gaffe during the stream. I just thought that one was the most entertaining. You know? So anyway, I want to thank you guys for watching. Those of you that have been paying attention to the Quartering arc, we are in the end game. We may finally figure out what the oranges are for. So, brothers, I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel. And I'll see you next time. Okay. All right. Let me get that uploaded on YouTube, and then we will move on to the next topics. We have a lot of topics to cover. So give me 1 second to upload this, and then we will move on to the next topic. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Scooter. Okay. Okay, you got that. Let's see what happens. Okay, brother. Does that work? Yes, no. Still thinking about it, so probably not. Probably not. Well, guys, we may actually also talk about the situation with Gideon. By the way, guys, I just want to let you all know. That we have renamed the show. It's now called the Daily Crux. We get to the crux of the issue. I just thought it was funny, so we're gonna call the show the Daily Crux. No, does this have any bearing on the actual show? No, but I thought this was incredibly. It just tickled me. I thought it was funny. Okay, I thought it was funny. The Daily Crux. And what happened with Maximilian Dude? Yeah, we could talk about that a little bit later on. Yeah, 10 out of 10 name, the Daily Crux. You know? We do what we can here. We do what we can. We get to the crux of the issue. Jenny A says it's a fine name. Okay? So even a woman says that the name is okay. That gives me confidence. Maybe we can have a higher than normal female demographic, which, by the way, is like, I think my female demographic is like 3.5%. Reminds me of the Harry Potter thing. You mean a Horcrux? Oh, Horcrux? Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it does sound similar. The Daily Crux. A Horcrux versus a regular Crux. All right. So, let me make sure that this is actually going through. I'm Tomboy as okay. I'm not a reliable source. Well, you know what? I appreciate your honesty. We don't mind tomboys over here as long as you don't actually think you're a boy. That's the most important thing. The most important thing is that girls don't actually think that they're guys because they're not guys. Tomboys are fine. It's when you think that your name is Tom and that you are a boy that the issue becomes real. Let's see. Okay. So the quartering announces a 3-month hiatus. Okay. Squidman says, one of my best friends is a tomboy. Squidman. I don't want to get into that. I don't want to get into that conversation. I'll just say congratulations, man. I mean, come on, we all know. Okay, so that's not done. That's not done uploading yet. Okay. All right. So we can get rid of that. Okay. Oh boy. The chat is crazy. All right. Tomboys are bros with tits. No. You see, that's part of the lie. Tomboys, and this is a misconception. Tomboys in general, they have a more like rough masculine appearance. But the thing about tomboys is, deep down, they're still feminine. So if you actually treat a tomboy girl like a bro, like you treat them genuinely like a bro, they will still get their feelings hurt the same way that, same way any other girl would. You have to keep that in mind, that you are dealing with a different gender. And so it's important to keep that in mind. Because it's not the same. Some guys will make that mistake. Yeah, tomboys are great, but it's still a girl. Yeah, it's more of a behavior trait. Yeah, that's exactly it. You still got to treat tomboys like a girl. So, all right. Should we do DSP? Guys, should we cover DSP? Or do you want to see... Maybe we'll do
here on the show, and I said there are times.
Maybe we'll do an in-between, okay? We'll do an in-between. Okay? I gotta... Brothers, at this point, The View is rather infamous for their anti-American, terrible, far-left progressive takes. But one of the worst hosts on The View, who has on several different occasions made disparaging comments about the founding of this country and pretty much everything in between, Sunny Hostin, who, by the way, Sunny Hostin did a DNA test and found out that her ancestors owned slaves. Yeah, that was in the midst of her virtue signaling. So her family comes from slave owners. And this is the person that wants to lecture you about everything. Now, we are consistent. We don't hold Sunny Hostin responsible for the actions of her ancestors, but she wants to hold you responsible. She wants to say that you have some sort of original sin for that, and you don't. Because we are one of the few, if only nations on earth that decided to get rid of slavery. If not for white Christian men, slavery would still be a thing. And by the way, slavery still is a thing, but I mean, it would be accepted in society because there are more slaves now than at the height of the Roman Empire. It's looked down upon. It's considered to be unacceptable. We have enshrined in our laws rights for every man who is created in the image of God, Almighty God. So, I wanted to show this to you. Sunny Hostin has one of the most severe cases of America derangement syndrome I've ever seen.
And I said this on this show many, many years ago, because this is my 10th year on the show, and I said there are times when I walk into a community and I see American flags all over the community. And I suddenly feel unsafe because there is a section of this country that has co-opted the American flag, and they equate being an American or an American flag with white supremacy. And that should never be.
Then leave. Nobody wants you here. You're an idiot. You're a selfish, pathetic, disgusting, detestable, foul human being. Get out. Get the fuck out. Don't even pack your bags. We'll pack them for you. Get out. Go. Leave. You're not welcome in my country anymore. If you see the American flag and you go, ew, it's attached to white supremacy, get the fuck out. Nobody cares about you. You're worthless. You have the audacity to speak ill of our country that ended slavery, one of the greatest nations on earth, and you look at the flag and you go, I wish they didn't do that. Get the fuck out of my country. Get the fuck out of my country. You're not welcome here. We don't want you here. You're a poison. Worthless. What is your career? You go online and you give worthless political takes. That's what you do. You are the most entitled, selfish, brain-rotted freak I've ever seen. And by the way, your ancestors owned slaves. Mine didn't, yours did. Okay? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable that you would sit there and disparage this great nation that has given you everything that you have. And you look at the American flag and you go, oh, well, there's some people that disagree with me. You know what? I will take you know what? White supremacy sounds great. Compared to you? Compared to your anti-American black supremacy brain-rotted bull. Oh, man. I'll take the most devout racist because even though I may disagree with them on certain things, at least they're an American. You're not an American. You're not an American because you look at this flag and you look at the country and what it stands for and you say shit like this. You're not American. So go. Go anywhere else. Where do you think would be better for you? Maybe we can pick somewhere for you. Would you be more comfortable in, I don't know, Zimbabwe? Would you be more comfortable in Haiti? Maybe North Korea? Maybe that's more your taste. How about Iran? I hear it's lovely this time of year. Maybe you should go to Iran. I am tired of these people running down my country, treating it like there's something wrong. There's nothing wrong with the American flag. If you see an American flag and it triggers you and it bothers you, you are the problem. You are the thing that needs to be solved. And in the case of Sonny Hostin, she can leave. She can run The View from anywhere. She can go to any country. She chooses to stay here. And the fact is that compared to her, white supremacy, man, sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Compared to her vile politics. But she's such a virtue signaler. She thinks that if I say white supremacy, I'm certainly the good guy. No, you're not the good guy. You're the bad guy. You are an obnoxious, terrible, spiteful, evil person. You are an ill-made creature that is envious with extremely low cunning. That's what you are. And you want to disparage my country that has given you everything that you have. Everything that you have, every opportunity is because of my country and that flag and the people that died to defend that flag. So, kindly, with zero respect, get the fuck out of my country. And if you're not going to leave, you know what? I will vote in. Let me say this. I will vote in anyone who comes to a podium and says, look, we have a problem in this country with illegals that are foreigners that have no allegiance to this country. And we also have a major problem with people that were born here but have no allegiance to this country. I am going to deport all of them. We are going to deport people that are anti-American. If you are anti-American, if you hate this country, not criticizing this country, but you hate it. You seethe about the American flag. You outwardly hate it. You hate people. You talk about how racist this country is. You talk about stolen land. You know what? We're going to steal your land. We're going to take your assets, take your property. We'll leave you with your shoes, and we'll say, get the fuck out. You are done. You're done here. Now, I don't care where they send you. They could put you on an island in the middle of the Caribbean. They could send you to the moon. You could be one of the first people on Mars. I don't care. But that person would have my vote. If they will deport people like Sonny Hostin, if they will deport people like Joy Behar, if they will get rid of these people that hate America, I would vote for that guy. I'd say, you know what, sir, you have my vote. That's what I want somebody to run on. We are going to retake America. We are going to deal with these communists either with deportations or with lead. We're going to get these people out of here that are being a drain on the system, and we're going to take all that money that we were given to illegals and people that didn't deserve it and anti-Americans, and we're going to give it to veterans. We're going to give it to people who need it. We're going to actually help the homeless. We're going to help homeless Americans because they are Americans. We're going to help the people here that need it instead of the people that shouldn't even be here. That is what I will vote for. That's what I want somebody to run on. America first should mean that. America first should be, you're not down with America? You hate this country? You think we're on stolen land? Well, then good. We're going to steal your land. We're going to take all of your assets. You're going to be broke. We're going to take your family's assets, and we're sending y'all off. You can go somewhere else. You don't deserve to be a citizen. You don't deserve to be in this country. By the way, you're blacklisted. You can't come back. You can't come back. Unless you upload a video with a crying, heartfelt apology, because we are generous. We are merciful. A crying, heartfelt apology about how great America is. It's one of the greatest nations on earth. How lucky you are to have been able to reside in America. How amazing it is. If you do a self-flagellating video on your hands and knees, head bowed, about how great America is and how you want to come back, we'll consider it. We'll consider it. Anyway, that's going to do it for this video. I want to thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. Okay, let me get this uploaded. Get that done. Okay. Fantastic. Fantastic, guys. I know. I'm the reasonable one. I'm the reasonable one. Some people are like, I don't care if she makes a video begging. I wouldn't let her back in. You know what? I'm the reasonable one. I've said this for a long time. I'm the voice of reason. You know? Oh, here we go. Here we go. By the way, guys, let me ask you a question. Where do you think this... Oh, it says Minnesota, but... Yeah. This is a school in Minnesota. This is Minnesota. They're all wearing hijabs. All the girls are wearing hijabs. This is Minnesota. Minnesota. The damage that we're feeling as a country from the Obama administration, the result of having him for 10 years and Biden for 5 years, the damage to this country is incalculable. It's crazy how much corruption was allowed to flourish. Unbelievable. It's crazy. That's Minnesota, guys. Minnesota. It says President Trump just exposed the terrifying reality. Every single girl at this school in Minnesota is fully Islamic, wearing a hijab. This is what being conquered looks like. Yeah, you got to deport all of them. You do. You got to send them all home. You got to send them all home. You got to get rid of them. You got to send them home. Send them home on a nice airplane, but they're no longer welcome here. So, this appears to be Secretary Kennedy. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. This seems to be RFK Jr. doing an event with WWE.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary. I'm here to...
Whoa, look at that belt. Look at that belt. I want a belt like that. Look at that belt. That's a nice looking belt. I want a belt like that.
The Atlantic City Boys and Girls
Look at that. That WWE title with the American Eagle. Oh, man.
Club. I'm here with two legends.
Let's see.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary. I'm here today at the Atlantic City Boys and Girls Club. I'm here with two legends from WWE, Cody Rhodes and Paul Triple H Levesque, who I'm honored to have as co-chair of the Presidential Council on Physical Fitness. And one of our announcements is we are relaunching the Presidential Council on Physical Fitness today so that every student in America is going to be able to participate as they were in my generation. And many of us from that generation still have our patches from participating in the Presidential Physical Fitness Test. We're also announcing a new website, getactive.gov/kids. Go to the website to find out how you can get your
He's like, all right, the kids are too fat. Let's get them out. Let's get them moving.
child active and how you can participate in these events.
This is an incredible opportunity that Secretary Kennedy has presented to the youth of America. This is your calling, to get out there, to get active, to get healthy. It's not...
Damn. So who all is there? Who was you got Rey Mysterio. You got Rey Mysterio, you got Cody Rhodes, and who is this guy? Is that Austin Theory? Austin Theory, Rey Mysterio, and Cody Rhodes.
active, to get healthy. It's not about what you can do right now. It's about what you can get through hard work.
I see Squid Man is Squid Man is like, God, shut the fuck up about KOTOR already. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's funny. But see, they do that to troll. It's part of the troll. And you know what? As far as trolls go, it's a harmless one. You know?
And dedication.
This is a wonderful opportunity of WWE. I'm sure Triple H doesn't mind me saying, fully on board with this, excited about it. We're going to be the absolute best partners. It's not a school exam. It's not pass, fail. It's about challenging yourself, turning off screens, going outside, having fun, again, competing with yourself. And physical fitness is so important to our future, to the generation now. I'm excited to be here. Thank you very much. You've heard the website. Go there, get started, get at it.
Yeah. Hey, that's pretty cool. That is actually pretty cool. I all right. Listen, guys, I have an eye for detail. Okay, that's one of the reasons that you guys watch my show. Okay, I do notice something. Okay, they're all black people. Why are like most of them black? Where is this being recorded? At the Boys and Girls Club of America. Oh, Atlantic City, New Jersey. Okay. Listen, I notice these things. Some people are colorblind. I'm not. Why are most of these people black? Where are the white people? Where are the Hispanic kids? Where are the Hispanic kids? Where are the white kids? Seems like everyone is black. What are you saying? Are you saying that the fat people are? Are you saying that the black people are fatter than the other races? Is that what you're saying? I mean, look, oh God, look at this chick. I mean, this chick that's taking, oh God, look at this Asian woman. Oh man, that is an unfortunate seat right here. You're next to this lady here. I mean, listen, I love that Triple H and Cody Rhodes are there. But I mean, are these women like, are these women part of the thing? Because these are some fatties. I hope these aren't like the counselors. I hope these aren't the counselors to like weight loss. Because she's fat. Now, if she's there to lose weight, I think that's great. But I noticed that most of these people are black. What is the message here? It's like, wow, some of these black people, they're real fatties. Why? Let's look throughout this. Yeah, it's just it's mostly black kids. I wonder if that's like Atlantic City. I wonder if that's like a particular school thing, or yeah, that's interesting. See, I noticed these things. Interesting. Very interesting. Anyway, yeah, I just, listen. On this channel, we don't shy away from noticing. We notice all kinds of things.
I have a prayer request. My brother is in the hospital with a life-threatening brain infection. I don't know if he'll make it.
Oh man, brother, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to do a prayer. All right. Yeah, I noticed these things, man. All right, Flan the man asked for a prayer request that we're gonna oblige. Says your brother's in the hospital with a life-threatening. All right, guys, I'm gonna bow my head and we're gonna do a prayer. Okay. Now, as I say on multiple different occasions, when we pray for somebody, I'm very bad at public praying. All right, but it doesn't stop me because that's not the most important thing. Okay. So if you want to join in with me, by all means. Dear Lord, we bow our heads today and we just pray for our brother, Flan. You know his real name, you know his heart, and I just pray that you be with his family, you be with his brother. Lord, that is a serious, serious injury, and it's something that unless you go through it, it's really difficult to understand the position that you're in. But Lord, you understand all of it. I just pray that you be with them and their family. I pray for healing. I pray that you touch this person, you touch your son, and you send healing through him so that he can be with his family again. But Lord, ultimately, you're the one who knows all. You're the one who knows the plan. We're just here along for the ride. So your will be done in any circumstance. Lord, you sent your only Son to die for our sins, Jesus Christ. And we honor that. We honor that in so many ways. But I just come before you, and I pray that you would put your healing touch on this young man. And I say this in Jesus' holy name. Amen. See, I told you, I'm really not good at public praying. Some people think that I'm overstating it. No, I'm not. But I don't ever stop. I don't ever, because I could give a shit about my ego or anything. But I do my best. I do my best, and there's power in prayer. There's power in prayer. There's also power in prayer in numbers. You know, yes, it is true that you shouldn't be praying solely for optics, you know, so that everyone knows you're praying. But at the same time, you absolutely should pray with other people to get together to pray. So thank you for everyone who joined in and prayed. I do genuinely appreciate it. You know, so we pray for your brother. We hope he gets healing. I hope that the doctors are given the wisdom to find the solution, and they find the right medicine or surgery or combination of things. And I just genuinely hope that your brother gets better. So we will move on, but I appreciate your donation. I appreciate your support. You know, that's insane. So thank you for the donation. Thank you for being here. Genuinely appreciate it. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. Okay. Brothers, welcome back to the channel. I am probably one of the people that is most irritated, aggravated, angered, and offended by Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. And the reason is because I always thought that Troy, which was one of my favorite movies years and years ago, I thought that there would be a sequel. And I thought it would star Sean Bean, and I thought it would be a continuation, and I was looking forward to that so much. But year went by after year after year, and nothing. Well, in 2025, I heard there's an Odyssey movie coming, and I'm like, oh my gosh, an Odyssey movie? Like, really? It's finally happening? And it was that moment where I let my guard down. Ever since then, things have gotten progressively worse. Because then you see some of the statements. I saw the casting choices. Some of the dialogue behind the scenes. It's absolutely bleak. The Odyssey movie that I've waited years for, I'm never getting. I am likely never going to get the Odyssey movie that I wanted. And that's heartbreaking. It really is. Because you had an opportunity here. Instead, you want to fill it in with a bunch of freaks, a bunch of unattractives. And by the way, what's her name? Naida Olupa or whatever the hell her name is. Listen, I wouldn't say that she's necessarily ugly unless I'm trying to make a point. But when you compare her to Helen of Troy, yes, she is disgusting. The whole thing about Helen of Troy is she is so beautiful that they started a war over her. But these people in Hollywood are so arrogant. And we've taught them this lesson over and over, but they still refuse to learn it because they are that arrogant and that stupid. They ignore the fact that this is a Greek story. This is a Greek tale. They instead want to inject racial identity politics. They want to bring in Ellen Page. You're going to bring in Ellen Page, a 95-pound trans freak, to play in this movie? Why? There's no reason for that. There's no reason to bring in any of the people that you brought in. Even Matt Damon is wrong for the role. No, nothing about this movie is right. Zendaya as Athena, are you fucking out of your mind? Every bit of this is wrong. And so it's with that we go into this next segment. It's with that in mind that you have been robbed of something. I've been robbed of something that could have been amazing if you brought Sean Bean back to play Odysseus, who did a phenomenal job. Phenomenal job. You had every opportunity. But instead, you brought in a bunch of celebrities that, honestly, at this point, no one gives a shit about celebrities. No one's going to see a movie at this point strictly because of star power. Not really. Not in 2026. People will go see a movie if it's a franchise they really like and if it seems like the story and everything is good. The days of star power drawing people to the movie, I think that's coming to an end. Okay? I am offended by this movie because of what they chose to do, what they've done, what they chose to do, and how, even now, they're making it worse.
When you read the Iliad and the Odyssey, very little time is spent in the perspective of the women.
87%.
What? Oh! Oh! Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. Oh, what the? Whoa, okay, all right. All right. Why the fuck would that be important? Why would that be important? Oh my God. Why? It's an epic tale of war, a battle, nations going to war, heroes. What the fuck does a woman's opinion have to do with anything? Oh, good God Almighty. It has nothing to do with anything. I can't even begin. The mindset, the arrogance, the entitlement, the conceit. You didn't help to make the Iliad or the Odyssey. You've done fucking nothing. And yet it's always these black women that talk about Tolkien. Is the same thing. These loud, obnoxious, retarded, ugly black women who talked about Tolkien, shit on Tolkien. Now, why doesn't Tolkien have more representation? And then, now you're shitting on Homer. Okay? Now you're shitting on Homer. Well, why didn't you? Because he was smart enough to realize that if he were to write it from the perspective of a woman, nobody would fucking read it because it would be boring. Oh, gosh. This is going to give me an aneurysm. Why on earth would you look at a piece of literary brilliance, a classical bit of literature, and your first thought is, Why aren't the main characters more black? Why aren't they more woman? Or why aren't they more black woman? Why would that be your first thought? I mean, like, first of all, you don't deserve the role of Helena Troy. You're ugly. How could you say she's ugly? Because she's ugly! You bald-headed demon. Listen. You say, oh no, she looks attractive, and no, she does not look conventionally attractive. No. If you pull, in fact, you know what? You know what? You want to test me on this? We're going to pull my audience right now. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it right now. Do you think Lupita, I don't know what her name is, Black Helen of Troy is attractive? And I want your real answer. I want your real answer. Do you think that Black Helen of Troy is attractive? Over on YouTube, running it in the poll, I want you guys to give me your real answer. Do you think that she's attractive? Genuinely, do you think she's hot? Do you think that she would be beautiful enough to start a war over? Do you think so? Go ahead and vote over on YouTube and we'll take a look, okay? I think this is insane. I think this is absolutely insane that we even have to be here talking about this. You have these so-called experts that work in the Hollywood field that should know this. They should know what audiences want and aim to deliver it to them. But it seems like these people work to do the opposite. And by the way, the vast majority of people in my chat, 94% said no. No, you don't think she's attractive. That is an absolute problem. That is a problem on many different levels. Because in an epic like this, you may have to suspend your disbelief. But you can only push that so far. Wait, you mean to tell me they went to war for her? Really? Like, that is dire that we're in this place. Oh gosh.
Odyssey, very little time is spent in the perspective of the women.
87% like-dislike ratio for Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey.
87%. 87%. What have we been telling you? What have we been telling you? Over and over. I don't get it. I don't understand why these people refuse to learn. We've said this is going to cost you time and money. This is going to be something that doesn't work well for you. But these arrogant people in Hollywood, they refuse to listen to reason. They refuse. How many times have I talked about video games or comic books or television and said, here is the right thing to do. Here is the correct thing to do. It's not difficult. Here it is. You drop wokeism, identity politics, and far-left progressivism, and you write compelling, interesting stories. You do not ever have a female character or put a story from a female perspective because you've lost your right to do that. You have muddied the water so badly that you've lost the right to do that for the next 10 to 15 years. Then maybe you can go back to writing female leads once you have people that know what the fuck they're doing. But at this moment, female leads are going to be a kiss of death. Okay? Female leads are going to be a kiss of death. It's not that people inherently hate female leads. It's they hate your version of female leads. Okay? Unreal.
For Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. Oh my God. 446,000 dislike-a-rooskies. Check the first trailer. Well, I think the first trailer was pretty well liked, right? It was at 620K versus 130K. So it still had a positive like-dislike ratio. So this is the second trailer that it had, which had it's actually getting worse. And that's not even a little bit worse. That's a lot worse. It is a total chud uprising. These official Odyssey, the official Odyssey accounts turns off comments on marketing. The Odyssey cast joins Christopher Nolan in London. Only some accounts can reply. Man, it's so over. It's actually, dude, the hidden reply, it's, oh my God. Does no one have two wives? No, and fuck you. The red carpet, I thought we were supposed to walk the sticks. Why did this one get hidden? This is about Achilles. This isn't even a bad comment. They're so dumb. Woke movie is DOA, and it got dude. Every new post is locked. Are they really? Wait a minute. So this is locked, and they all have replies turned off.
Oh, you know everything is going to go well once you've started disabling comments and deleting things, right? Right? But you want to tell me this bald-headed demon, you want to tell me that this is Helen of Troy? We know why you chose her. We reject your premise. You are a racist if you chose somebody like her, because a white woman was Helen of Troy, or she was great, but fair of skin. All right? You're right? We know why you chose her. You're a racist. You're pathetic. Your ideology is repugnant. We hate you. We hate what you stand for. Christopher Nolan, you have doomed this movie through your arrogance and stupidity. And sort of like Odin casting out Thor, we need to cast out Christopher Nolan. Cast him out of making movies. Say, I, Odin Allfather, cast you out!
When did they start doing this? Every single one has locked comments. Largest screens on sale tomorrow. Okay, so then 220 comments. And then they turned it off. A reminder to all the MAGA trolls, the Odyssey is not historical. You know what? Actually, I agree with you. I want Black Panther starring Tom Holland, Ben Affleck, Ryan Gosling, Pedro Pascal can be the father. Okay, so this isn't quotes. I'm looking for the wrong one. Okay, view hidden replies.
Yes. Kunta Kinte! Oh, Elliot Page as Kunta Kinte. His spirit could not be changed. Sam Poole, I just want to say thank you. This response is brilliant. In fact, let me see if I can. I just want to show who. There you go, Sam Poole. This was a make this movie next, Nolan. Kunta Kinte. Oh gosh.
Oh,
got him,
guys. Oh no. Mel Gibson is Martin Luther King.
Yeah, let's go. Martin Luther King.
We refuse to watch this garbage. Fuck Nolan. This is just really wow.
The Odyssey.
Why would you hide this one? It's funny. They should have left this one up. Julia Roberts is Harriet Tubman. Boycott. Don't support the rewrite of history and culture. Your money matters. Fuck your race swapping garbage. What the fuck is this shit? Everybody hates it, man. If the Odyssey doesn't perform very well, I think that woke movies will actually die. Because you have like a massive high quality star cast. And if even this movie fails, I think it could be it.
I want you to imagine really quick that you're sitting in a movie theater and you're sitting next to Homer. And you watch The Odyssey. When it's over, you can lean over and go, okay, cool. What'd you think about how it ended?
I'd be like, so Homer, how do you feel about the screen time given to these women, considering how little you spent with them?
She just called Homer the father of Western literature, a chud incel.
Based chud incel. Absolutely based, Homer. And you know what? We've given women too much for too long. You know what I'm starting to think? I'm thinking that women deserve less. I'm thinking women deserve a lot less. Guys, we've given them too much. They've given nothing. Women, like, look at the major contributions that women have made to entertainment in the last 15 to 20 years. And then look at the damage. Look at the damage.
Behind a bit on 2.5, your audience is 3.5% if you haven't realized by my ultra color avatar lol in one of them.
Well, thank you, Baked Buddhist, for the donation. Always appreciate donations. Yeah, thank you, brother. You've been extremely generous. But yeah, it's pretty wild. Woo! Woo! Whoa! But guys, I think we've given women too much, okay? I think it's time we start taking things back, okay? I think that we have been far too lenient, far too comfortable with letting women ruin everything and produce nothing, okay? I can't think of a single contribution that women have made to the entertainment space that has taken and elevated a franchise the way that men have. I can't think of anything that women have done to elevate entertainment or the culture in the last 15 to 20 years that outweighs the damage that they've done to it. So there may be an individual case of somebody who creates something, but I'm talking about in terms of balances. I'm talking about in averages. Kathleen Kennedy ruined Star Wars. You had Alec Kurtzman and a bunch of women ruin Star Trek. On and on, we see that there's a trend. And now they're about to ruin the Odyssey. I think it's time that we say no. No. Your role is to be seen and not heard. Yeah, there have been too many simps and too many obnoxious, ungrateful women. Yeah, we need to put our foot down. You would lecture the father of modern literature. You lecture him on his writing style as if you've done anything in your life that puts you in a position to be able to criticize or contrast him or think that you could do better. What's her name? Napita Nalupa or whatever the hell her name is? I don't even know her name. I don't even care to learn. But what has she done to make her think that you get a conversation with Homer and the first thing that you would do is start lecturing him on how he can make his work worse and less iconic and less memorable? Yeah, that's pretty terrible. Anyway, that'll do it. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay, let me upload that to YouTube real quick. Let me upload this to YouTube real quick. Okay, there we go. Got that. Doyle says KOTOR. That's his catchphrase, like a Pokemon. KOTOR, KOTOR, KOTOR. No KOTOR. No KOTOR. Oh, by the way, I don't know how I missed this. The Base Bird gave 2 100 Kick donations over on Kick. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate the support, Base Bird. That's $2. That's $2, and as you know on this channel, we appreciate every donation. Whether it's 100 kicks, which is $1, or 2 of them, we appreciate it. We're grateful. We're thankful because, again, I will reiterate, and this is going to be crazy. This is enough for a free coffee. I don't know. They probably charge me $2 for a free coffee. I will remind you guys, the way that I view donations on my channel is very simple, but it is unique to the content creator scene, I think. It's not like DSP. It's not like the quartering. I go live, and my expectation is to earn $0 because I'm not owed anything. And donations are great. They help me do cool things. Like last stream, I just was able to just buy, what's it called? The Hold Fast. The game about the, the American Revolutionary War. We played it on stream. It's $10. I just was able to buy it because of the money that was donated. It's great. I don't have to do a DSP and beg and go, guys, all right, guys. If we want to play this game, we're going to need to dig deep. We're going to need to hit a $50 donation. We're going to need to get a $50 donation if you want me to play this game. No, I just was able to buy it because I have the money from donations and stuff. So that's very cool. I appreciate that. It allows me to do cool stuff on the channel. And then Muskip over on Twitch just donated a penny. He donated 1 share, which is 1 penny. Now, some people would make a mockery of that, but again, I maintain that's 1 more penny that somebody gave me that they didn't have to. Now, admittedly, a penny is very little money, but it is something that this person chose to give to me for whatever reason that they didn't have to. Didn't have to. It was their money and they chose to give it to me of all people. So that's what I'm saying. My philosophy on donations is very different than a lot of other people. Just is. So a penny saved is a penny earned. That's true. Now, we do appreciate donations, but we don't demand them. We don't tell you that you have to do it or, all right, guys, if you want me to react to this, you better donate. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible when you see that stuff happen. Okay. Okay. Well, guys, all right, we're going to do a... Well, brothers, I had a tweet go a little bit viral. Not one of my most viral posts, which to date was probably my Maximilian Dude post. They got seen by over 2.5 million people. But I think this is pretty viral. And of all the things unposted, I'm glad that it's this post that's gone a little bit viral. And that is my post talking about Hassan. You see, Hassan Piker was his usual obnoxious self. His usual obnoxious self. See, Hassan was talking about this post here that has to do with Asmongold. Now, Asmongold is simply talking about how, even as an atheist, he prefers living in a Christian nation. Asmon says, I want to live in a Christian nation. I want to live in a Christian country. That's right. I don't want to mandate Christianity, but I want the laws, the culture, and the predominant religion of the country. Unfortunately for Asmon, that's not how it works. Like, you don't just get to say, well, I want the culture of this, but I want to be an atheist. It's like, no, the selfishness and the atheism are ultimately what leads to the decay. So, either you're a Christian or you're not. And ultimately, this sort of attitude is not going to work. But Hassan says, first got to pivot to this LARP without a grape charge. Which, by the way, Hassan is a sex pest. He's a degenerate. Everything that I say about Hassan is based on recorded clips. Which is why Hassan could never sue for defamation. Because everything that Hassan has ever said is recorded on the internet in perpetuity. And the internet is forever. Now let's listen to what Asmongold actually said.
Like, I want to live in a Christian country. That's right. Is this something, like, I don't want to mandate Christianity. I don't want to make people have to be Christian, but I want to have the laws and the culture and the predominant religion of the country be Christianity.
Asmongold fundamentally does not understand. The reason why there's the predominant culture is because when everyone is collectively Christian, when you are forced to be Christian, forced in quotations, but when your community, is centered around Christianity, that's when you create the civilization that is the envy of the world. Asmongold is treating Christianity and Christian nations like it's a buffet. Like, well, I want the Christian ethics, but I don't want, actual Christians to be able to... No. That is always going to lead to an erosion because you're not actually basing it in any foundational principle other than just what you prefer. So, if you are going to be in a Christian nation, Asmon, part of that is being part of a community of Christians that you are going to have to participate in. Now, I don't know how the fuck you came to being an atheist. Being an atheist is genuinely one of the most arrogant and retarded things. It is one of the most illogical things because if you were to ask Asmongold at his foundation, what do you believe is the origin of the universe? How did things start? He would say, well, based on what we know, it would be nothing. So, Asmon's belief actually requires more faith than somebody who's a Christian. Somebody who's a Christian believes in an intelligent designer. Somebody that saw what would ultimately become life and saw it to fruition to where we are now. And there is a complexity in the universe that doesn't just form from nothing. If you don't believe in God in 2026, there is something deeply and profoundly wrong with you. It has to come with your arrogance, or it has to come from the fact that you just don't want to admit that you were wrong. You have to believe more things on faith if you're an atheist than if you're a Christian. So, I'm just going to say, Asmon, you don't get it both ways. Either we are a Christian nation and we accept Christianity and we can create a society that you admit is better, or we can be atheist. They can be atheist and go down the secular path, which is what you're seeing now, which is based on self-centeredness, selfishness, sin, hedonism, degeneracy, and just no community at all, no camaraderie. You know, there are no good Samaritans anymore. You know, I'm exaggerating, but you get my point.
Asmund, I want a Christian nation with troons and abortion and drugs. What a retard.
Like, yeah, you see, Asmund, it doesn't make sense. You want a Christian nation, but you want to support transgenders. You want a Christian nation, but you want to support abortion. You want a Christian nation, but you want to support drugs. You don't want a Christian nation. It's not what you want. Your values are elsewhere. But there is something about Christianity that gives you a sense of purpose and completion, and it gives you a sense of camaraderie, the likes of which you're not going to ever get in your secular relationships. So, yeah, it's just how it is. I don't think Asmongold actually wants to live in a Christian nation. I think he just likes some of the things that come with that, but he doesn't want to be involved in any of the components of Christianity. But that's not how it works. You know, it isn't. You don't get to pick and choose. It's not a buffet.
Does that make sense? I would never force anybody into a religion, and I think people can enjoy other religions if they choose to, but I think these should be minority religions and not the overall religion. I just want you to see what my point of view is. Aren't you an atheist? I am an atheist, but I recognize that I enjoy the privileges of Christian culture that I grew up in and that I recognize, and I don't want my country to change away from the way it was whenever I grew up. And I want, you know, people, the next generation, to grow up in the same way that I did.
That's a problem. Because they are going to grow up in the same way that you did. They're going to grow up, and by the way, you see the de-evolution of culture. The further that we get away from God, the further that we get away from Christianity, the more the de-evolution is going to come. Because you have had this hubris for the past, I would say probably 30 years, that we have reached the apex of humanity. We're so much more advanced. We're so much more enlightened. We have so much more going for us. In reality, we don't. It is a false sense of security. We have allowed ourselves to think that we are at the apex of where, you know, humanity can be. But we're not. You have people that can't even define what a woman is. So anyway, this is what Hassan said in response. It was typical brain dead, disgusting, subhuman, just homunculus, worthless, you know, commentary. Well, I added my take on this, which is to, you know, basically call out Hassan and bring up the fact that speaking of rape, Hassan Piker is an advocate just so long as the victims are white and Christian. Now, some of you will remember this
thing. Like doing one good thing, which is that, like, if you have these millionaire, billionaire WASP fail sons, at least taking...
By the way, WASP is white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, so he's talking about white Christians.
Them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is, like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better, you know?
Yeah. How about we take the people that are committing the crimes, and how about we put them in jail? Hassan. Now, I know that you and your culture, of people that believe in child marriages and that you can do what you just suggested to white girls, and that it's not as bad. I know that your greasy, hairy, backward, savage, you know, culture, I know that you think that that's okay, but it's not. And I have a big problem with that. No, what you should be advocating for, what everyone should be advocating for, is if you do that, you go to jail. You go to jail, Hassan. Now, I know that you don't actually believe that because I saw your reaction to the Rupert Lowe UK report, which was to immediately downplay it, even though you hadn't read it. I read it, Hassan, on stream. So did Asmongold. But no, you know better even though you haven't read it because you are an inbred troglodyte retard from a primitive, savage, backwards religion. Also, you're from inbreeding. But the fact is, Hassan, when I look at this statement, I think this is the perfect reflection of you. It's so immoral. It's so indefensible, but you think you're being sophisticated. You think you're being clever. You are here advocating for this. Oh, you from a utilitarian standpoint. From a utilitarian standpoint, it would be better if you arrested people who did this stuff. So, yeah, he's just profoundly evil. That's one of the main problems that he has.
You know what I mean? Like taking these guys.
You know what I mean?
Guys. And putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broad.
You see where this issue comes from, where you got people like this that think that white women are inferior to other people. They're unclean. They're more promiscuous. Like, you see where that sort of comes from? That sort of mentality, that gross, chauvinistic, misogynistic energy. Hassan is somebody that genuinely does repeat and regurgitate the mindset that white women should be exposed to that. Because the correct answer is we need to start arresting everyone who does this to anyone. But Hassan's thing is, well, it would actually be better if you did these to white women. Which is one of the most indefensible and evil things that I've heard in quite some time. Anyway, I just wanted to remind you, Hassan is a piece of garbage. Let's take a look at some of the comments. Let's see. You literally don't think a husband can rape his wife. Yeah, you are literally a retard. He is literally a retard. He's not advocating for rape. He's talking about conservative parents threatening to pull their children from woke colleges and putting them in. God, shut the fuck up. I have to wonder what he would claim the context of being pro-grape is. I'm sure he doesn't electrocute his dog either. And I will decide. And it says, he never mentioned Christian. Oh my God. Idiot. Wasp. You absolute. Oh gosh. What do you think wasp means? You absolute donkey. Yeah, that's crazy. He never mentioned Christians, you crybaby bitch. Hassan's fans are genuinely the most low IQ people I've ever seen. Genuinely one of the most irredeemable people I've ever seen. It's crazy. Dude is a complete piece of shit. I have no idea how he hasn't been knocked out yet. Lil Bro just needs to go ahead and surrender and get more. Well, he had sex with a 15-year-old or Jews. As a beaver builds dams, a Turk justifies, yeah. The most base thing ever. Muslim's gonna Muslim. Englishman, his fans know. Yeah, so basically people are thankfully pointing out the fact that Hassan, he's a real piece of garbage. And you shouldn't be making a point. You shouldn't be making a point under any circumstances. That it would be better from a utilitarian standpoint to put WASP. WASP is white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, so it does talk about whites and Christians. But here's the deal. Mr. President, if you deport Hassan Piker, if you denaturalize and deport him, I will vote for you in your third term. If you deport Hassan Piker, I will vote for you in your third term, sir. Okay. Anyway, that'll do it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. All right. Let's move on. Let's see. Let's see. Hassan. Okay. All right. Gonna get that done. Okay. Trump is a Republican, which is why he is as hard on crime as Obama. That's brutal. I mean, you're not exactly wrong, but I hope that Trump comes out 10 times harder. Wow. You should be. Okay. Should we talk about Plattner? No, we should talk about Xbox. You know what? We're doing Xbox because this is an important one. This, I think, is absolutely important. We need to talk about Xbox. Okay? Are you ready to talk about Xbox? Guys, this segment is going to be, oh my gosh, this is going to be amazing. Brothers, for many years now, I've talked about the issues in the gaming industry and how I would improve it. And largely, that has to do with firing a lot of the most toxic, poisonous, and cancerous elements that have wormed their way in. Some of the most narcissistic, entitled, putrid, pathetic, egotistical, and really anti-American, anti-reason, anti-humanity. These are the people that want body type 1 and 2. These are the people that want every character to have some form of disability or be trans or some other amalgamation of bad features that nobody really wants to look at and is just a mess. So, I've said, you know what? You shouldn't add non-binary characters to a game. You shouldn't add pronouns to a game. Yes, it matters. We don't want LGBTQ anything into a game. We don't want homosexuals in the game. We don't want body type 1 and 2. We want some very, very clear, very simple things that are based on traditional storytelling. Man, woman. Man's the main character. He's the knight. Woman's the princess. She's in the castle. You got to defeat the dragon. Once you defeat the dragon, then you get the woman as the prize. Now, it doesn't mean that the woman has to be boring or one-dimensional or, it doesn't have to be something out of The Legend of Zelda on the NES where she doesn't get any dialogue. No, in fact, the story becomes that much more rich when it's somebody worth saving. But, and I'll say this again, the whole point of the slaying the dragon to get the princess is because the princess is the reward. It's her, in terms of herself, but you save the princess, you save the kingdom, and then, the story goes on, you get married, you have the kids, those kids may go on to have their own adventure, their own story, save other people, go on to have their own kids, and that's part of why it's so important to tell these traditional stories. Unfortunately, in this day and age, we have subverted all that. We have said, no, you shouldn't be a hero that goes and slays the dragon. No, you should be somebody that only looks out for yourself. Now, all of the worst characteristics, no, those are the real heroic characteristics. And by the way, the woman should be the one to save herself. She doesn't even need a man. She doesn't need a knight. And this has been the foundation that they built their new vision on, and it is absolutely horrific. And everything that they've touched with it, they have destroyed. It is a poison. It is a noxious, toxic miasma. Well, guess what? Guess what? The day of reckoning has arrived. I warned you about this. I told you. Okay? Let me restart the intro, and then we're just going to get into it, okay? I have warned for years about the ramifications of wokeness in media and entertainment, especially in video games, that you were not going to be able to have an endless supply of cash forever. You were not going to be able to make your vanity projects and have a thriving, successful company where you continue to grow and you bring in more people like you and you ignore the basic rules of business in favor of your cult-like far-left woke ideology. Well, guess what? The chickens have come home to roost. And now we are witnessing the Monday Massacre. Xbox is letting thousands of people go. Thousands of people are being let go. This is something that I warned about and so many other people warned about all the way back into Gamergate. It is not a successful long-term business model to alienate and piss off your audience. The fact that you had people that thought that their ideology was more important and they'd be able to do that forever with impunity, the arrogance and entitlement of that is out of this world. But now comes the reckoning. This is the year of the Chud. The Chuds are winning in a way that's hard to really even put into words. And the Chuds have had to endure a lot more than a lot of people realize. If you remember, back during Gamergate, how many of you remember Gamergate? Did you know that there was an episode of the show SVU about Gamergate that depicted gamers as terrorists? Yeah, literal terrorists. Why? Because they didn't like feminism, they didn't like wokeness in their games, so they tried to articulate that and push back against feminist frequency, and they were labeled literal terrorists for that. They thought that absolute subhuman ghoul, Zoe Quinn, was an animal, and she is. And they didn't want her anywhere near gaming. And for that, they were destroyed. You know, the whole sock puppet thing. All of this because you had people that didn't want to admit the truth. They were going to invade gaming at any cost. Well, guess what? The Chuds held. They took the barrage of bombs and blows, and they're still standing. And guess what? The woke mob, the woke army, they've expended most of their ammunition. And now they're being swept, and it's a massacre. All of these supposed forever developers, these developers that thought they were going to be able to do this forever, that thought they could tell the Chuds to go screw off. Well, you know what? This is my moment of gloating. This is my moment of celebration. We're going to watch Asha Shar kneecap these people and go absolutely scorched earth. This is an important email I sent today to all employees at Xbox. Team, we are beginning the most significant restructure in Xbox history. After careful consideration, I made the difficult decision to reduce our team by approximately 3,200. 3,200 people. 3,200 gone. Goodbye. You're fired. Yeah. Best of luck in your future endeavors. Enjoy the line at McDonald's through fiscal year 27. This will include approximately 60. This will include approximately 1,600 role eliminations today. Today. Guys, so 3,200 over the next year, but today we're firing 1,600 of you. Nearly 2,000 people, you're fired. Oh, man. And in addition, 4 studios will leave Xbox to new management. So we're firing 1,600. 4 studios that were worthless are now gone. Oh, man. I recognize that a year-long restructuring creates additional challenges. Unfortunately, it's not possible to make all the necessary changes in a single day. And I wanted to be direct about the scale. I know this is painful. These changes will directly affect people who have poured their creativity into building Xbox. No, they haven't. If they had poured their creativity and their passion into, building Xbox, then they wouldn't be leaving. Many joined us through acquisitions, while others were recruited here or sought out. Yeah, well, goodbye. Because they love this industry and they love Xbox. Yeah, they didn't love this industry. They loved their ideology first. And they didn't love Xbox. They didn't give a shit. Otherwise, Halo would have been 1,000 times better than Infinite was. Today's decisions do not reflect their talent or dedication. I disagree. I think they do. Our business today is not healthy. Thank you. Yeah, it's not. And it hasn't been for a long time. We are operating at margins that are 3 to 10 times lower than comparable platforms and publishing businesses. We entered Gen 9 with a smaller install base and a higher cost structure. Damn. To grow, we bet on Game Pass, multi-platform, and a broad portfolio of content. While those businesses have created meaningful value, they did not grow at the pace we expected. As that happened, our core business weakened. And we added more teams, more investment, and more time, hoping for a better outcome. And now the industry is facing the most severe hardware crisis in its history. We must reset Xbox. This is music to my ears. This is music to my ears. First, we will reset our content portfolio. Since 2018, we have aggressively expanded our studio portfolio, while the number of games created each month across the industry now outpaces the last 10 years combined. We now find ourselves competing not only with the largest publishers, but also with smaller independent studios. It is neither possible nor desirable to own every great independent studio. Well, that's true. We have also learned that we are not the best home for every studio. In a typical year, we lost 64 cents for every dollar we invested. So they would give $1 and they get 64 cents back. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. For every dollar they invested, they would get 64 cents. That is over a 33%. That is over 33%. That is huge. Wow. That's insane. As we reset Xbox, we will help independent creators succeed by providing open development tools and audiences to realize their vision. Okay? All right. Compulsion Games and Double Fine Productions will return to management and transition to independent studios with their IP, catalog, and runaway for their next games. Ninja Theory and Undead Labs have entered terms to join new ownership with funding to complete and grow. Oh, man. Senua and State of Decay 3, games that people don't care about. In France, Arcane's management is beginning required consultation with its Works Council to review potential strategic options. Guys, this is an absolute bloodbath. And it's only going to get worse for them. It's only going to get worse for them. I'm telling you. We are also making reductions across other units. And in some cases, shifting investment to focus on higher priority projects. These changes vary in size across Activision, Bethesda, ZeniMax, Blizzard, King, Mojang, and Xbox Game Studios. None of our first-party publicly announced games or projects are being canceled as part of this reduction. Well, here's the deal. What you need to do, the first thing, great, you're firing people. You need to put the best team that you have. You need to go out and find the best people you have, and you need to remake Halo. I don't mean remake as in like a reboot or a remaster. You need a new Halo game, and it is going to be the best thing anyone has ever seen. It is going to rekindle the love and fire of Halo. It is going to be a masculine franchise. There's not going to be any censorship or girl bossing or, yeah, guys, maybe this is too problematic. No, it is going to be one of the most chud-coded games that anyone has ever seen. It is going to go back to its origins, being the king of Doritos and Mountain Dew. It is going to be your flagship title again. That's the one thing that you need. You lost what made you special, and you need to go back to that. Sony has God of War. Nintendo has Mario and The Legend of Zelda and Donkey Kong. I mean, okay, Mario Kart. Okay, and Smash Bros. Okay, Nintendo has kind of a lot of really good, first-party games. Kind of a lot of really good first-party games. But you need to get Halo back on track. And if you do that, I think you'll be in a decent position. In addition, Mojang and King will now report directly to me. So Mojang and King are now reporting to her directly. So those are the mobile divisions. That's Minecraft. These two studios have increasingly become platforms and are our largest by monthly active players. Yeah, so she's basically going to try to use these two games that are the most successful to try to work off of them to generate more revenue and more interest. They bring critical geographic, demographic, and differentiation to Xbox. Secondly, we will reset our platform. We know that great technology gets better when it gets simpler, not bigger. Today, in some parts of the company, working passes through as many as 14 layers of management. 14 layers. 14 layers. Can you imagine that? 14 layers of management. Oh my gosh. That's insane. 14 layers. You need to fire 12 or 13 of those layers. You need to get rid of them. Our platform teams are 40% larger than they were at the start of this generation. 40% larger. You need to get rid of HR. Oh my gosh. Even as our player base and play time have declined. That complexity has slowed down decisions, blurred accountability, and made it harder to deliver for players. They're talking about accountability. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. She's going in there and it is a bloodbath. Oh my gosh. Guys, understand, they're talking about accountability. The reason that there are like 14 layers of management is because they're trying to create a bureaucracy where nobody is held accountable. They're talking about, we're going to scrub these layers. We will reduce management layers to no more than 5. No more than 5. So, I mean, 5 is kind of a lot, okay? But that is a 9-layer decrease. Guys, that is a 9-layer decrease. Woo! And where possible, 3! Guys, that is an 11-layer decrease. We will deliver success through a flatter organization, that is built around makers, individual contributors focused on building. So makers, player coaches, leaders who remain deeply involved in the work while developing their teams, and directly responsible individuals, DRIs. Oh my gosh. Accountability. Who own key decisions and outcomes. Directly responsible individuals who own key decisions and outcomes. Guys, I was promised this message 3,000 years ago. And we will streamline how we work across our tools with a cleaner code base, shared services, and 50% reduced vendor spend. Third, we are resetting how we operate. As Xbox grew our headcount, we became more fragmented. Team studios and functions often operate independently. That's what happens when you get too big, and it becomes harder to work towards a shared goal. Make the right trade-offs and get things done. For the first time, we are establishing a chief operating officer with the end-to-end P&L responsibility across content, hardware, platform, and services. Helen Chiang has been promoted to this role and will report directly to me. Over nearly 2 decades at Xbox, Helen has helped build some of our most important businesses, from Xbox Live to leading Mojang and the Minecraft franchises. So they basically got the lady who works at Mojang By the way, Mojang is Minecraft. And, it gotten her to, she's going to be working next to the boss. We will bring our businesses together under one operating model, making sure we make clear investment decisions, learn from our successes and failures, and hold ourselves accountable for results. It is DEI woke death. It is DEI woke death. Guys, I prayed for times like these. Thank you, Dave McCarthy, who is retiring after 17 years at Xbox. Dave has played a defining role in building the platform that millions of players rely on every day, and has been a trusted partner through many of the biggest moments in Xbox history. We wish him the best. Basically, thank you, fuck you, bye. Yeah, if he was really that good, you wouldn't be letting him retire. No, yeah, hey, thanks, guy. You helped fuck this up, get out of here. These changes are about a bigger future for Xbox, not a smaller one. The next decade of gaming will be larger, more global, and more creative than anything we've seen. This year, we'll invest as much in Xbox as we ever have, but we'll invest with greater focus, greater discipline, and greater clarity, all in service of making Xbox where the world plays and creates. I want Xbox to be one of the few companies that entertain more than 1 billion people every day. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure 1/8 of the planet is going to play Xbox. Yeah. Yeah, no. No, you're not getting 1 billion people to play Xbox every day. Sorry. And gives everyone the opportunity to create and connect. I know we can achieve this goal. Xbox has many of the most beloved franchises in entertainment history, talented studios around the world, and we will return to growth in 2027. History is full of companies that mistake longevity for inevitability. We will not be one of them. What I'm hearing is that Xbox strategy now revolves around Minecraft, reportedly using it to fund other studios. You're not resetting Xbox, you're retreating. You're retreating to the only franchise still carries the business, Minecraft and tests. A good start. The easiest solution is to look for the pink-haired devs that are destroying your IP and send them on their merry way. By the way, Heinrich with the $2 donation. TT, that Chiang lady is the next Kathleen Kennedy. Bet. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. They're not in a position to be hiring a Kathleen Kennedy right now. They're really not. This is good. But for it to work, you must also change your company's policies to stop driving away core audiences. And you must do so clearly. Okay? Microsoft doesn't want curvy women in video games, warns developer against certain body proportions. Yeah. So ultimately what you need to do is you need to go back to the chud mindset. If you really want to win, you have to go back to the chud mindset. You have to create a game on the basis that you're going to tell an interesting and compelling story, but at the same time, the women have to be attractive. If you want to add big breasts are great. They definitely sell and attract people, and that would be a way to do it. You don't have to be, completely degenerate about it, but big breasts, an attractive woman, it'll definitely bring people in. And one of the questions you should be asking yourself is, will this character be cosplayed by streamers, content creators? Maybe you want to consult people, maybe like Emaru. Emaru is a cosplayer. She has friends who are cosplayers. Maybe get her opinion and say, hey, what do you think? Is this a female character that looks attractive and people would want to cosplay? I don't know. Reach out. Get some opinions. The point is, this is the kick in the ass that Xbox needs. Now, I don't know if she's just talking and this is all fluff and she's going to do things as usual. But I really, really do think that they have a chance to turn things around if they adhere to and hold to this philosophy. Guys, it is the year of the Chud. Remember, it was just 13 years ago that we got those articles about how gaming is over. Gamers are over. Gamers don't have to be your audience anymore. It was 13 years ago. And now most of those people are unemployed. They're gone. They've been destroyed. Their careers are in shambles. Their lives are in shambles. And the Chuds have won. We are likely going to be getting better games. And if we don't, we'll continue to criticize them and they'll go out of business. But at the end of the day, we are seeing thousands and thousands of these arrogant freaks in the gaming space. We're seeing them get fired. We're seeing them get booted out. You know, I don't know how many of you remember this. I don't know how many of you remember this. But let me refresh and recollect your memory.
Let's see here. What the f? What's this? They stood outside and screamed in unison to complain about the state of the gaming industry. Watch a bunch of game developers screaming in a public park to protest the state of the industry. Wait, so this is real? No way, right? We are in the midst of a tremendous mental health crisis. This is insane. Amidst the excitement of GDC, dozens of developers shared a moment of pure catharsis. Join us in a eclectic moment of catharsis, camaraderie, and caterwauling. Let's descend upon Yerba Bona, and when the clock strikes noon, have ourselves a nice big GD scream. This is just, guys.
You see what I mean? These are the people that you're going to need to purge. And 1,600 of those people have lost their jobs today. As of right now, they are fired. But more is yet to come. Brothers, I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel. And I'll see you next time. All right. All right. Let me upload that real quick. I wish the poll on YouTube would show me who voted for what. I want to see who voted that Black Helena Troy is attractive. Okay. Who is the 6%? Yeah, I'd like to know. I like to know who is the 6%. Who is the 6%? All right. So we're going to go over and we're going to watch the Tyler Robinson trial. All right, brothers, now we enter into the main event of tonight's stream. We are going to be watching the Tyler Robinson trial. So this happened today. It says, hearing in the case of Tyler Robinson, the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk. So we are very interested in seeing justice for Charlie Kirk. And so we are going to jump in and we're going to watch this from today. And so I just want to let you guys know that that is what we are going to be doing. Tyler Robinson is the gay leftist furry who killed Charlie Kirk. The gay leftist furry who killed Charlie Kirk. This trial is insane, and it demonstrates that you need to treat the left with suspicion and contempt, and you need to put a lot of them in jail. You need to put a lot of them in jail. A lot of them are mentally ill. A lot of them are morally repulsive. You need to start treating their threats seriously. You need to crack down on these, discords and subreddits. You need to start treating the threats against Trump seriously. And you need to basically start kicking down doors and dragging these people out in the middle of the night and making their life as miserable as possible. Otherwise, if given the opportunity, they will enact their absolutely evil agenda and they will kill somebody like Charlie Kirk that was a good guy. Now, I had my issues with Charlie Kirk. I made those perfectly clear even on the channel. I'd make fun of him from time to time, but now that the dude's dead, I look at the way that they're treating him after his death, and I think that that's absolutely disgusting. And the way they're treating his wife is absolutely disgusting. Just vile. But I'm hoping, after watching this, I'm hoping we can get some justice for Charlie Kirk and his family.
Chris Ballard are also present. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Michael Burt, Richard Novak, and Stacy Visser here on behalf of Mr. Robinson, who's seated to my right.
Good morning. Mr. Robinson, good morning. For the record, the court also recognizes the presence of Miss Erica Kirk. Miss Kirk, good morning.
Oh, Erica Kirk is there. Yeah, that's right. Man, I mean, I can't even begin to imagine. You're in there, like somebody killed a member of your family. It's so unbelievably heartbreaking.
First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum, any individual who exits the courtroom during proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until the recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid the inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. In addition...
Yeah, so basically, this is going over the basics. The camera can't, zoom in from a weird angle and look at what the lawyers are, writing on paper. It's basically a way to keep the media from zooming in with their cameras to see what people are doing and saying, and then speculating about it in the media.
The microphones at your tables have been turned off. Again, an attempt to try to minimize...
Based. Turn off their mics. Tell them to shut up.
The possibility of any of the communications being captured. I ask that if you are speaking, that you come to the lectern, and that microphone will be live. And so that's the best way that we can hear you, and it is captured on the record. All right. Second, the court will address the camera operator, and the court knows There is no still photographer for today's proceedings pursuant to the court's ruling from last week. To our camera operator, would you please approach the lectern? My microphone, there we go. Now it's back on. Could you state your name for the record?
John Wilson, KSL News.
Mr. Wilson, what duties will you perform today?
Shooting the proceeding according to the quorum order.
All right. And have you had a chance to fully review the court's standing decorum order?
Yes.
And you understand all the requirements set forth in that order as it applies to your activities today?
Yes, sir.
This judge is a joke. He is the same judge that put a gag order on Reckless Ben. It shows
Really?
he is biased towards Mormons. The records don't lie.
Really? This is the same judge as Reckless Ben? Wow. That's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, that's... Man, I didn't know that. I didn't know this is the same judge. Wow, do they only have like one judge in all of Utah?
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust the equipment to ensure compliance?
No, sir.
Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with today's with the order or with any of the court's instructions?
No, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate you being here. Next, turning to the amended motion to allow the use of portable electronic devices filed by the news media and their counsel. The court appreciates the arguments presented in the motion and recognizes the importance of the press in the criminal justice system. Having considered the motions before the court, the request to permit representatives of the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is respectfully denied. The request to permit counsel for the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is granted. As officers of the court, counsel shall be held to the same standards applicable to the counsel for the parties and comply with the court's standing decorum order. I wish to turn to the matter before us today, the upcoming preliminary hearing, and the court is mindful of the safety and well-being of all parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public who are present. The court is also mindful of the duty to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. To serve those important interests, the court reminds all persons who will be in attendance that the portable electronic devices will not be permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. In addition, each person who is in attendance will be afforded the dignity and respect due to them, and pursuant to the standing decorum order, all spectators shall be quiet, civil, and orderly. Spectators shall not engage in any distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening behavior of any kind. Spectators shall not make any audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, shall not otherwise make any gestures during the hearing. And the court recognizes that this hearing may invoke a motion from everyone, and that the court understands the human nature of that, but also it's important that this courtroom is orderly. Spectators shall not wear or display any pins, buttons, signs, clothing, or photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case, or the status of this case as a capital offense. Turning to counsel. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that over these past 10 months, I've had a chance to observe each of you, and I find that you are all competent, prepared, and that you care deeply about this case. I ask you to continue to conduct yourselves in accordance with the rules governing professional conduct, civility, and ethics. I also ask that you remain mindful of the constitutional rights of all parties, and in every engagement that you treat each person you engage with the dignity and respect they are inherently due, as they are human beings. I want to turn also to objections.
Well, I mean, let's be real. Tyler Robinson maybe identifies as a furry. Yeah. I mean, he admitted he did it. So, I don't know. You know, innocent until proven guilty, but when you admit it, yeah, this guy's grandstanding. You know what? He's got to do it. He's got to do it by the book, but we all know this guy's guilty.
The format that I wish to follow if objections are made. When an objection is made, all parties shall pause so that the objection may be heard. Speaking objections are not permitted. If any party believes that an extended argument is necessary, particularly on sensitive matters, that party may request to approach the bench, and all parties will approach the bench. Both sides will be afforded an opportunity to be heard for or against the objection, after which I will issue a ruling either sustaining or overruling the objection. Once the ruling has been made, direct or cross-examination may resume. I anticipate that we will begin each morning at 9 a.m. with the exception of Wednesday, when we will begin at 1 p.m. We will take a 15-minute morning break and a 15-minute afternoon break. If there is a situation that necessitates a break, please approach the bench and we can address that. We will recess for lunch at noon for 1 hour each day, with the exception of Wednesday, and court will resume at 1 p.m. and continue until 5 p.m. each day.
This guy is so boring. All right, guys. It's like I'm watching a quartering stream, although this guy is, you know, this guy's not as bad looking as the quartering. It's like, all right, guys. All right. So we're gonna be taking an hour lunch break at about noon every day. And I just want you all to know that we're gonna be taking a lunch break. Now, I'm not gonna tell you what you have to get for lunch, but preferably it would be something that doesn't have a lot of garlic, because I don't really like the smell of garlic in my courtroom. But continuing on, we're going to give you an hour. You should probably get yourself something to drink in that time. And then we're going to come back here. It's like, guy, he's low energy. Hi, guys. We're here at court today. We're here to decide if this person is guilty of committing murder. Isn't that just a rootin' tootin' old good time? Man.
Does either party need the benefit of the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor.
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Do either party wish to invoke the exclusionary rule?
Defense invokes, Your Honor.
All right. The defense has invoked the exclusionary rule. I ask that all witnesses, if present, be excused from the courtroom, and ask that each party monitor the courtroom to ensure your witnesses aren't present, as I'm not familiar with who they are. Of course, victim representative is excluded from that rule, as is the case manager pursuant to the rules. Okay, and I anticipate that from here on out that they're just going to come to the lectrum. So, okay, so just for the benefit of the record, to the questions, yes or no questions. Well, the parties have entered their appearances, and they're all present, and neither party wanted the benefit of the record. Ms. Nestor invoked the exclusionary rule. And Mr. Grunander, if you'd like to approach the lectrum as the microphones at the tables are not activated.
Thank you, Judge. We anticipated that the defense would invoke the exclusionary rule. We consulted with defense for just a couple of minutes prior to the start of this hearing. We essentially have two case agents, Your Honor, David Hull and Brian Davis, both from the state of Utah. The defense has consented that both of them can be present. So one is seated at my table, the front table. This is Brian Davis, Agent Davis, and Agent Hull is seated on the bench just on the other side of the bar. He will be present for this hearing as well. Both of these agents will be testifying as part of the hearing.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor, your microphone's dead. If you want to come forward, and it sounds like you've stipulated, but just for the benefit of the record.
We have stipulated, Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing only.
Thank you. All right, so Agents Davis and Hull are permitted to remain in the courtroom during the duration of the preliminary hearing. Any other business that we need to address before we turn to the business of witnesses? Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Richard Novak for Mr. Robinson. Your Honor, the court had issued an order, maybe it was early last week, asking the parties to meet and confer about the question of whether exhibits will be published. And we did, and we can either deal with this as a general matter, or we can deal with it on an exhibit by exhibit basis. But I just wanted to make sure that we didn't lose track of that issue. The court had earlier entered an order granting in part the defense motion to exclude I'm just going to say technology in the courtroom because it's a shorthand for video cameras and photography and microphones, because the parties had earlier stipulated that none of the exhibits would be available from the preliminary hearing, would be available for inspection or copying. I understand that publishing the exhibits in the courtroom may technically be different than that, but whenever the court is ready to deal with that issue, we just want to make sure that we do so before it's too late.
That's always the right time to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Turning to the state in defense, do we anticipate this being a long argument, or is it something that we can handle? There are some stipulations that we can address right now, and then the remainder we can address on an exhibit by exhibit basis. Mr. Grunander.
Judge, I don't know that we have any stipulations, but with that said, it is correct, Mr. Novak's correct, we did meet and consult on this issue. I wanted to give the court just a brief roadmap, but part of that was exhibits 7, 8, and 9 that we propose introducing will be graphic in nature. And those were the exhibits I was referring to at the last hearing, where we would like to take a short break before they were published, if they are published.
That's probably
whether,
the video and photo of
audio.
Charlie Kirk getting shot.
Judge, I don't see any TVs or monitors here in the courtroom today with respect to publishing something that would go beyond counsel table and Your Honor's bench. So I don't know how much this is of an issue this is going to be anyway, at least with respect to pictures or video.
Thank you. And that's a great point. And the court's thought about this issue in regards to publication of exhibits. Obviously, the court will entertain all motions before any, but after considering it, here's the 2 points that I wish to address. In regards to the exhibits, there is benefit to publication of certain exhibits, but I also do not, and this is going to the camera operator, do not want them to be displayed on TV.
Why?
I believe it is important that the parties know that the exhibits are being viewed by the judge in real time and in open court. However, what I will do is have the monitor placed against that wall to reduce the possibility of it being broadcast.
Why?
And so on the exhibits that the court grants to be published in court and not going to...
Why? Like, why would you want to prevent people from seeing this? It's important that people see this. It's important that people see what this guy did. That's why we're here. Why would you want to prevent that? Like, nothing is more important than that. Yes, it's unsettling. It should be unsettling. It should be uncomfortable. It should not be comfortable to watch this. Why are we here? Well, we're here because, it says why everyone should see that. Yes, everyone should see that. That's why we're here. The gruesome and absolutely disgusting act from this absolute fucking coward. People should see it. Like, they should have to see it. They should have to sit with that. This guy's an animal. There's a reason why people are paying attention to this. They want justice. What is the justice for? Yeah, I guess maybe, they can't show it on TV, but I mean, it's still, I wish they would. I wish they would show it. Because people need to see it.
Mr. Novak's point, not to be given copies to, and the court is trying to be mindful that if it's shown on TV, that's essentially giving a copy to. And so the court is taking Mr. Novak's point in consideration. And so the anticipation is, and I know I'm catching staff a little bit off guard, is placing that television right behind Jeff, our bailiff, to minimize the accidental capture by the camera and allowing it to be displayed. I recognize that that is not the ideal spot for viewing, but I'm also trying to balance the rights and important considerations that defense has made. And again, this will be on an exhibit by exhibit basis on what is published or what is not. But for the exhibits that the court rules can be published in open court, that is going to be the location of the monitor. And again, the court spent a bit of time weighing what should be done, where the monitor should be placed to accomplish the purposes of publication, at the same time protecting, especially as it may relate to sensitive material, if the court deems that to be publishable in the courtroom. Any questions that I can address from either side, or clarification needed, or thoughts that you wish to share?
No, I think I understand completely.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Grunander, as it relates to that, are we anticipating the possibility of that coming up very soon in regards to publishing potentially exhibits?
Not real soon, but today certainly I would anticipate, Judge. For the course information, we anticipate presenting 4 witnesses. They're all law enforcement witnesses. Officer Chris Bagley, he's now with Spanish Fork Police Department. He was with Utah Valley University Police Department. He'll be the first witness. The second witness will be Agent David Hull, and those exhibits 7, 8, 9, we anticipate coming in through him. The third witness will be Agent Brian Davis, again with the state of Utah, a case agent who's here presently. And lastly, Sergeant Jennifer Faumoina, also of the Utah Department of Public Safety. And we do anticipate admitting between 40 and 50 exhibits.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, I apologize. You walked away before I got my question out. If we anticipate taking a break around 10:30, do you anticipate any potential exhibits for publication being requested prior to 10:30?
I do, Judge. Okay. I do. I think the first several exhibits should be published. So.
All right. Well, let's do this. I want our preliminary hearing to move smoothly and with the least amount of delays as possible. So let's take a brief break to allow the placement of that monitor, a brief test to make sure it's working, and then we can be seamless in moving forward.
One quick question, Judge, for counsel's benefit. Are the monitors at the tables going to be turned on?
The monitors are, and that's why I wanted to give that instruction early on for each party to monitor their monitor, because if the camera is doing a wide sweep picture of the courtroom, I can't prevent the accidental capture. Obviously, the decorum order anticipates not focusing in to the point that is focused on your monitors, but I ask all the parties to be mindful, especially as it relates to the sensitive material that may be published or may not. But please just take a look at that and be mindful of that. but I will leave it to you. So I believe it's important that all parties see what is before the court. So if you have objections, it's right there. You can say, okay, I see what the court's saying. I have objection or not, or just to confer with your client. I just want to make sure that there is no misunderstanding of what's being presented, to allow all parties the benefit of the record, and it is clear what is being presented to the court for consideration as evidence. Thank you.
And we do have one exhibit that will be in physical form, and so we will be using the easel, I think, that's just over by the jury box.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Before we break, I do wish to remind the parties that this is a preliminary hearing. It is a probable cause standard. And if you could keep that in mind as you're presenting your evidence, this is not intended to chill what you present, but keep in mind that the standard is probable cause, and that is what the court as a magistrate will be looking to. All right, with that, let's, how much time do we need for the placement of the monitor? All right, well, let's break for 6 minutes. Let's make it easy on ourselves. Let's just come back at 9:35, and we'll resume court at that time. Thank you.
All right. Okay, well, we're gonna jump ahead with the power of the internet. You know, yeah, the judge is very boring, but maybe that's a good thing. Who knows? We're gonna see. But yeah, I just hope that there's justice for Charlie Kirk.
Please be seated.
All right, we're back.
Court is back in session. Noting the presence of counsel and the parties to the state, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, we are, Judge, but prior to calling our first witness, I would like Mr. McBride to make a brief report on discovery updates, and then just inform the court that the state has provided copies of all exhibits for today's proceedings to the defense in advance of this hearing.
So, all right. Mr. McBride.
Yes, Your Honor. My report at the last hearing is the latest report. As of June 18th, we had provided approximately 100% of the material in our possession. Over the last week, we have received additional materials from SBI due to preparation for this hearing. Those materials have not yet been provided, but they will be as soon as this hearing is complete.
Thank you. Defense require the benefit of the record.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And in case the mic didn't pick that up, she declined. All right, turning to the state, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Chris Bagley.
Officer Bagley, if you'd like to come forward. Looks like he's being
What a
into
name.
the courtroom.
What's your name? Oh, my name is Bagley. I guess you messed it up, Bagley. All right. What's happening, Bagley?
All right, Officer Bagley, if you wouldn't mind coming forward past the lectern and being sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Officer Bagley, if you wouldn't mind having a seat at the witness table. And after you're situated, to your left is a bottle of water. And if you wouldn't mind bringing the microphone
a bottle of water
toward you to ensure that it picks up your voice.
Can you hear that?
I can. Thank you. Mr. Grunander, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Christopher Bagley, last name spelling B-A-G-L-U-Y.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Spanish Fork Police Department as a police officer.
As a police officer. What is your position or your rank there?
Just a senior officer.
Senior officer, okay. How long have you been with the Spanish Fork Police Department?
About 5 months.
5 months. How long have you been a police officer?
26 years.
Okay. Will you briefly describe, for the court's benefit, your training, what you did to become a police officer?
I did the Utah Post Academy, which is about 600 hours of training for basic things to become a police officer, report writing, arrest control, stuff to that effect.
When you say Post Academy, is Post an acronym?
It is.
What does that stand for?
Police Officer Standard Training.
Okay. Were you certified through Post?
I was.
Okay. And what did that certification require?
Going through that post and graduating, all the academy, all the credits that you could get it with hours, and then physical fitness, stuff to that effect, and then graduating from that to earn the certificate.
Was there also testing involved?
There was.
At the academy?
Yes.
Okay. Were you employed in September of 2025?
I was.
And where were you employed then?
Utah Valley Police Department.
And how long did you work for the Utah Valley University Police Department?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And do you recall what your position or your rank was there?
A senior officer there.
Senior officer, okay. Describe, if you would, just your general duties as a police officer at Utah Valley University.
There at Utah Valley University, we'd patrol the campus, we'd walk around, we'd patrol, we would do investigations if there was crimes to that effect. We'd make sure that students or staff, if they needed something, we'd be there for them. So basic police, kind of like a school resource officer, community-oriented policing.
Okay. Was this a full-time position?
It was.
Okay. Did you work in law enforcement prior to UVU?
I did.
And where did you work?
I worked at Utah County Sheriff's Office for 13 years. Before that, I worked with Springville City Police Department for 6 years, and also with the Salt Lake County.
So yeah, they're establishing his, his background, his credentials. They're, basically going over all this boring stuff because they want to establish that this guy is an expert. And so that's, pretty much the foundation of what you have to do. You have to go over all these questions because it's a witness for the prosecution. Now, the defense, their job is to go in and say, well, you're not really an expert, are you? Is this your field of expertise? So they try to build up the witness so that their testimony is more credible, and the defense comes in and tries to poke holes to make the judge, make everyone see the guy as less credible.
Sheriff's Office for a year.
What were your positions with those departments?
Varies. I did K9, I did SWAT, I did motors, senior officer, FTO officer, detectives.
Okay. While you were at Utah Valley University, did you have access to the video surveillance system on campus?
Yes, I did.
And how so?
It was at our desktop where our police station is. We have desks, and on our desktops we'd have access to it there. Or we'd go into dispatch and they'd have a wall full of camera systems that we could look at.
How familiar did you become with that system?
Very familiar.
Can you describe how you became very familiar?
Like I said, it was one of our daily routines that we'd go in there. If we were looking for somebody or tracking something back, we'd go in, we'd go back to that time frame. We could trace somebody to track somebody through campus. I'd also turn around and make some maps so it was easier for dispatch or somebody to click on an area in the campuses where the buildings were and be able to click a little bit easier and get a faster response. So made some maps and stuff like that.
And how often did you use this system?
Every day.
Okay. Did you become familiar with the campus at Utah Valley University when you were working there?
Yes.
And explain how you became familiar with it.
Like I said, we'd walk around. I would train other officers. We'd make sure that we knew all the ins and outs, the back doors. We'd make sure we knew where every classroom was, where every entrance and exit was. We'd secure the building. We patrol the neighborhoods. We patrol around campus. And then we also have off-site campuses that we drive to and make sure that they're secure also.
Okay. You mentioned that you patrol the neighborhoods?
Yes.
Surrounding campus?
Yes.
What about the neighborhood to the north and east of campus?
Yes.
Okay. What was your purpose for patrolling those neighborhoods as an officer for UVU?
One, it was right next to UVU, so we patrolled it. Sometimes people would run up in that area or be walking up that way. We'd have stolen bikes, stuff like that. So we'd go into the areas, look for stuff. Also with Orem Police Department, we'd go back up them quite a bit for other calls, and a lot of it would be in the area.
Okay, so back up just a little bit. So Utah Valley University is located in what city?
Orem, Utah.
Orem, Utah. Okay. How familiar did you become with the buildings on campus?
Very familiar.
And the walkways?
Very familiar.
You mentioned the entrances and exits to the buildings?
Yes.
What about parking structures?
Yes.
Same answer for that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the courtyard or the outdoor amphitheater on campus?
I am.
And generally speaking, where is that located on campus?
It's more of the central, it's an outdoor area centered by a bunch of buildings on the around it. So it's in the center of the campus pretty much.
Okay. Can you describe what it looks like, this courtyard, this amphitheater?
It's kind of like an amphitheater look. So you got some grass and a couple steps that go up. You got some.
Can you describe this amphitheater? Well, yes, it looks like an amphitheater. Yeah. Okay. You just laying all the foundation. You know, they're going in. What does this place look like? Getting all of the basics out of the way.
Cement on top with some bushes and flowers. You've got places where people can sit and eat. They come out and study and relax on the grass. And there's a waterfall with a little pond that comes down into a stream. So.
Okay. Are you familiar with the surroundings, the buildings around the amphitheater?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In relationship to this amphitheater, this courtyard, where is the Hall of Flags located?
It would be directly west of the courtyard.
Okay. Is it part of the courtyard or is it just off of the courtyard?
It's kind of the courtyard. It like butts up right against the courtyard, so it would be the west side of the courtyard.
Okay, so to the west of the courtyard. Is there a walkway across the Hall of Flags?
There is.
Okay,
There's an inside one and an outside one.
Okay, so what is the Hall of Flags then?
The Hall of Flags is kind of like a bridge between two buildings that all the flags throughout the world are represented in there, with some chairs where people sit down and relax with windows so you can see through all the way to the Utah Lake.
Okay. What are those two buildings that are connected by this Hall of Flags?
The Fugal building over to like the science building area.
Okay, so you mentioned the Fugal building.
Yes.
Where's the Fugal building located in relationship to this courtyard?
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to watch this guy. We're going to watch this guy. And then we're going to see if we can't find any bits in this to go over. We're going to jump ahead where we need to. Because I mean this is like hours long. We're not going to sit here for like hours and hours. But I do want to hear the testimonies. I do want to hear their opinions. Yeah, it does seem like 1.5 would be okay. Yeah, they're talking very slowly.
It's to the south of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it run up against the courtyard?
It does.
The building? Okay. What about the Woodbury Business Building? Where's that in relationship to the courtyard?
That's kind of southeast, and it runs up right against the courtyard also.
Okay. And in relationship to the Fugal building, where's that Sorensen? Or excuse me, that business building, the Woodbury Business
Woodbury
building.
Business is right directly east of the Fugal.
Okay. What about the Sorensen Center? Where's that located with respect to this courtyard?
The Sorensen Center is going to be kind of like a northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it, again, run up against this courtyard?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And where is it in relationship to the business building?
The Woodbury Business Building is just directly south of the Sorensen.
Directly south. Okay. The Losi Center, are you familiar with that building?
I am.
And where is it located on campus?
Directly east of the courtyard amphitheater area.
Okay. Does it run up to the courtyard, the Losi Center?
No, not really.
Okay,
It doesn't
so-
run right up against it. So the Sorensen building is kind of like right between those two.
Okay. In relationship to the Sorensen building, what direction is the Losi building?
East.
East. Okay. Are you familiar with the LDS Institute building on campus?
Yes, I am.
And where's that located?
That is going to be located north of the Losi building and just kind of like northeast of the courtyard.
So what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to shrink this. I'm going to shrink this, put it in the corner. I'm going to shrink that, put it in the corner. And then what I'm going to do I'm going to do two things at once. I usually, when I listen to this stuff, I usually have it on in the background. So this is perfect. Let's see. Maybe it doesn't work. Oh yeah, I guess it wouldn't. Give me 1 second. I need to do something real quick. Don't worry, I'm not gonna leave it like that. Okay. Actually, what wasn't? Yeah. So we are going to.
Okay. And is there a parking structure next to this Institute building?
Yeah, there's.
We're gonna do
where's that?
two things at once.
So
This is
you mentioned
boring.
the Institute building is going to be Pelosi Center. There's a parking structure that has several levels of parking, and then have a parking lot to the north of that across the road.
Okay. With respect to the parking structure, can you describe for the court how one would enter this parking structure, driving and even walking? How do you enter and exit that structure?
So on the north end of the parking structure is Campus Drive. You can drive in and exit on the level 1, so that's the ground level. That's where you'd enter if you're driving in or exiting back out on campus. Then goes up to level 2, and on level 2, exit is what's called Heat Plant Road. In between the Institute building and the garage is a little road, and there's an exit right there they can drive out. You can also, if you're parking there, you could walk out right there, that exit only, where I was talking about on that southeast side. You can walk out there, or on the north end of that garage, there are some stairs that go up all the levels, and it goes down to the bottom level and across the street through a tunnel to the LDS Institute building. And then when you pop up on level 2, you can walk over to the Institute building.
Okay. Can you describe how long of a walk it would take from that parking structure to get to the courtyard on campus, approximately?
A couple of minutes, because when you go to that far southeast exit, you can walk directly almost to the courtyard. You can also walk along the south end of the LDS Institute building up towards the Pelosi building.
Okay. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 1. It should come up on your monitor there.
Okay, what's State's Exhibit number 1?
Let me know when you can see that.
I can see it.
And just for staff, let's go ahead and not publish it until it's admitted into evidence, so we're going to take it off the monitors. But for the witness, he should be able to see the exhibit.
What's State's Exhibit
That's
number
fine.
1?
So table monitors, witness, but not the main monitor. Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Do you see that's Plaintiff's Exhibit number 1, Officer?
I do.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an area of the buildings plus the courtyard in the middle, all the grassy area. So this is an area of the campus at Utah Valley University.
Is it a photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar then with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Does it fairly and accurately portray this area of campus?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you tell the court what direction the camera is facing when this photograph was taken?
It's kind of facing north and a little to the east.
Okay. Does it depict a number of the buildings that we've talked about today?
Yes, it does.
For example, the Hall of Flags, does it show the Hall of Flags?
Yes, it does.
The walkway of the Hall of Flags? What about the Sorensen Center? Does it show that?
Yes, it does.
The Woodbury Business Building?
Yes, it does.
The Fugal Building?
Yes.
What about the Losi Center? Can you see that from this photograph?
Yes.
Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of this area of UVU campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 1.
Your Honor, we would object to failure to lay a foundation for, oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, think about that. September 2025. Wow. Wow.
Now, it is a little bit tricky because that microphone.
Sorry about
Ms.
that.
Nestor.
Your Honor, we would object to inability to authenticate. There's not been a foundation laid that this officer took this photo, can verify when it was taken, or by whom it was taken, so we would object.
Shut up, Daddy.
Would you like us to argue now or approach the bench?
Well, as it relates to this, I'll hear argument.
Okay. Judge, first of all, it's very clear, well-established law, that the person who took the photograph is not required to be present to lay the foundation for it.
Yeah.
What's required for foundation is that the witness has knowledge of what's depicted in the photograph and can testify to its accuracy. And that's exactly what this officer has done. We laid an ample amount of foundation about this area of campus. He's confirmed that it depicts this area of campus that was previously described. He confirmed the buildings that he can see there. He also confirmed that it was an accurate depiction of on
Yeah,
September
like,
10th,
what is this argument? That's ridiculous.
Any further argument, Ms. Nestor? Mr. Hernander?
We did file a standing objection at the very beginning of the hearing. I would just refer to our standing objection as well. I know this is not there's no written testimony in this, but just out of an abundance of caution, I want to also refer to our standing objection.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. All right, having considered the arguments, I find I'm going to overrule the objection and admit Exhibit 1. This witness has first-hand knowledge of the location as well as the building location.
Well, like, listen, if that's what you're gonna do, that's retarded. That makes you look bad. It makes you look dumb. What do you mean you're objecting to his? Yeah, he's a police officer. He's familiar with the area. Well, you think he has to be the one that actually took the picture? No. He knows the area. That's where they establish his expertise. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is embarrassing.
That foundation has been laid. He also stated it was a fair and accurate representation of what's being depicted here, and for those reasons, the defense objection is overruled.
Good.
Since Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Good. Overrule them more. Admonish
so that
them.
they would move to publish that to the courtroom.
It is
Admonish them more. Say, hey, you're kind of retarded.
Officer Bagley, are you able to see the monitor that's here in the court that's pointed towards the gallery?
Yes.
From where you're seated, are you comfortable in describing where the courtyard is on that photograph, on that exhibit?
Yes.
And for the record, where is that located?
So all the grass that looks like a triangle, the amphitheater look, that is going to be the courtyard amphitheater area. It's got the tent in it, the white tent that's at the bottom on the far left of the picture. That would be the courtyard area.
Objection, Your Honor. What's a courtyard?
I'm going to approach the photo. Well, I'm just going to. When you look at this exhibit to the left of the photograph, there's a walkway there. What is that walkway?
So the red brick walkway that's going north to the top of the picture on the far left is going to be the Hall of Flags, the outside top of it.
Okay. On the bottom of this photograph, there's a white roofed building. It's the largest building, at least as far as what's depicted on this exhibit.
Yes.
What building is that?
That would be the Fugal building.
Okay. And just to the right of that, so that would be to the east of the Fugal building. What building is that?
The other red brick pathway area, that is the Woodbury business building.
Okay. And if I were to walk north, so left on this photograph with respect to that red brick walkway area, there's another building, sort of triangular in shape, the rooftop. What building is that?
With that white rooftop, that would be the Sorensen building.
That's the Sorensen building. And what about the Losi building? You've described that. Where's that located on this photograph?
If you go to that triangle white roof, if you go directly to the right, so the right side of the picture.
Objection, Your Honor. This man is not a building. How is he going to testify what a building is?
That is going to be the Losi building. It's got several levels.
Is it to the right and up a little bit as well? Okay, and that would be east on this photograph, is that correct?
It's got the gravel rooftop.
Gravel rooftop, okay. I referred you to the LDS Institute building. Are you able to see that in this photograph?
Yes, you are.
And where is that located?
That's going to just be directly north of the Losi building. It's going to be that other white roof building on the far top of the picture.
Okay. Thank you, officer. We can take that down, Your Honor, as far as the publication. Officer Bagley, I'm going to take you back to the date of September 10th, 2025. Do you recall that day generally?
I do.
Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
At UVU?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time your shift started approximately?
Yes, it approximately started about 11 o'clock in the morning. 11
o'clock in the morning? Yes. Okay. Did you receive a specific assignment shortly after coming on to duty?
Yes, I did.
And what was that assignment?
It was to secure the top of the Hall of Flags on the south end. So we had people that were gathering on top of that were looking down on top of the tent, so we wanted to secure that area, so I was put up on top of the Hall of Flags on the south end.
Okay. My apologies, Your Honor. Could we have Exhibit 1 published again?
Go ahead and republish State's Exhibit 1. Thank you.
You mentioned that you were securing the south end of the walkway on top of the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
And so where do we find that in this exhibit, officer?
So if you can see the tent, the white tent, there's that rooftop where the red brick is. I was on top of that, and there's some, actually looks like yellow crime scene tape. That was some of our barrier that we put up so people wouldn't go above that and walk. So I was sitting right by those flower plants that were by the fugal on the south end.
So is the south end on the bottom of this photograph?
Yes.
Where that walkway kind of begins from the bottom? Yes. And you've referred to a tent. Is that the white object we see inside?
It says, do you read chat? No, I can't read. I'm, yes, I read chat. I read chat all the time. In fact, some would argue I read chat too much. Sometimes I read it too much.
Yeah, that's where a white object, the tent.
Okay, thank you. So you were securing that area?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity that morning, you mentioned you checked on about 11 o'clock,
yes,
that morning and later to walk around campus that day?
Yes.
Did you walk along the Hall of Flags that day?
I did.
That walkway?
Yes.
Did you visit the courtyard that day as well?
Down below, yes, on the south end. I was down
okay.
there.
Let's see.
What do you think should happen to Tyler?
Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 2. And that should come up on your monitor there.
What do I think should happen to Tyler Robinson? I think that decision should ultimately, well, I would say it should be left up to Erica Kirk. But truth be told, if it were up to me, this guy would be publicly executed in the most gruesome and horrifying manner. I'm talking like crucifixion on the lawn of the White House. And you'd be able to tune in. You'd be able to tune in on stream and see this guy suffering for what he did, for what he took from the world. Yeah, that's what I would do.
Let me know when you see that, if you would.
Your Honor, if we could maybe not have it on the lectern screen. We're getting reports that the documents shown on the lectern screen are being live streamed. So maybe if we could just not show that one until it's admitted.
She's a liar.
Mr. Grunander?
I'll submit it to the court, Judge. I've got copies of these for myself. Okay. That I can refer to as I'm asking questions.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and grant the request by Ms. Nestor. We'll go ahead and for...
Why? Why are you granting the request?
There
It's
should be a power
bullshit.
button to turn it off. Thank you, Jeff.
God, this judge is such a cuck. No, absolutely not. No, we're not going to grant that request.
And if at any point, Mr. Grunander, you do need to use the monitor, let's revisit that. And obviously, Ms. Nestor, you can renew your objection if needs be. But for now, the monitor's turned off. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Thank you.
No, there's no validity or legitimacy to that at all.
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
Oh,
this is
gosh.
a picture of from the east side looking west of the campus.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. The defense
Are you familiar
attorneys are
with what's
scumbags.
depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Who would have imagined?
Does it show?
Who would have
for example, the
imagined they're
center that we're talking
scumbags?
about?
Yes, it does.
Does it depict the Woodbury Business Building that we talked about?
Yes.
What about the Fugal Building?
Yes.
Does it show the Sorensen Center?
Yes.
And also the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
In this particular exhibit, can you also see the courtyard?
I can. A partial of it.
A partial of it, okay. Does it fairly and accurately depict this area of campus of UVU on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit number 2.
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection. We also argue that a foundation hasn't been laid in terms of the time this was taken or who took it. And at what
shut
point in
the
time
fuck
this was,
up.
Created and how. So I don't think he has any personal knowledge of that, and we'd object.
Mr. Grunander.
Same arguments, Judge. He has testified that he's familiar with it. He has personal familiarity with it. He's testified that it's fair and accurate.
Yeah, this
as of today
defense
of
attorney is
September 10th,
awful.
2025, and that's what was asked of him.
All right. I will go ahead
You
and
got a-
overrule the
you got a
objection
fat
by
chick to
defense,
defend him.
noting that the witness has laid, he has expressed the that this is a fair and accurate representation of what it purports to be, and he's familiar with it. He was there on the day on September 10th.
It's a stupid objection.
Foundation has been laid. State's Exhibit 2 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. State moves to publish Exhibit 2.
All right.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to this exhibit on monitor facing the gallery of the court today. Can you describe, there's a large building in the middle of that photograph, slightly above the middle, but what building are we looking at there?
You're looking at the top of the rooftop of the low-C building. It's got two different grays, like a lighter gray and a darker gray. Kind of.
Are you familiar with that rooftop then?
Yes, I am.
And what's it made of?
It's made of gravel.
Gravel, okay. You mentioned two different grades, or did you say grays?
Grays.
Grays, okay,
Grays.
all right. Now you described that you could...
We got the baked Buddha saying, I'm starting to see a pattern between this and Ben. Yeah, the judge is, I mean, the judge, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this. He hasn't done anything bad, but, like, this is too much of a cover your ass, Judge. I really don't get some of his rulings.
You could see the courtyard, but it wasn't easily visible in this photograph. Where is the courtyard located on the State's Exhibit number 2?
So you got the white roof. That's going to be in the middle, just to the top of the building where the low-C is. I described there's a white roof there. That's the Sorensen building. And it's just below that. You can see some grass, and that's where the courtyard is. It's just to the left of that white roof.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if the witness could actually come down from the stand and point out where the courtyard is located in this exhibit for the court's benefit.
All right, do we have a second microphone so it picks up his voice? Okay, Ms. Nestor, thank you for allowing us. Officer, you may step down, approach the monitor, and I would ask that you speak into the microphone when responding to a question.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
So, Officer, for our benefit, would you describe again where the low-C center is in this photograph?
The low-C center is going to be this one with the gray roofs. It's got two different colors of gray.
Two different colors of gray, okay. I'm blind, I can't see those two different colors from here, but can you describe where the court, looks like we went blank.
There we go.
Can you point to where the courtyard is located on that exhibit?
Courtyard is going to be here where this grass is in this area right here.
Okay. And what about the Fugle building?
Fugle building is going to be this building right here.
And the Woodbury Business Building then?
Woodbury is going to be this one right here with this red brick path.
And the Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be this white roofed one that's right here.
Okay. Now on this exhibit, can you see the LDS Institute building and the parking structure that we've talked about?
No, not really. You got the back side of the Institute building, which is right here, and the parking structure's over there. So
Okay.
you can't see this.
Mr. Gernender, let me stop you just for the benefit of the record, because the record is picking up the audio. When you're pointing it to, and I know it may be a little bit laborious to do this, but as you're identifying, indicate the general location on it, or the left side, right side, middle, upper, lower, just...
Yeah, you gotta do a play-by-play because we can't show it. We got defense trying to plant seed that evidence is fake. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They're desperately trying. They're doing everything they can, but see, the thing is, like, I get it. You're running defense for your client, but you're already establishing yourself as being ridiculous. This does not make them look good. By the way, thank you for the donation, my friend. Thank you for the donation very much. Okay. All right, continuing
So the record
on.
knows to some degree where you're pointing, in that way, because the video isn't being captured. So if you would do that, it just creates a more complete record. Thank you.
Right.
Understood. That's fair. Thank you, Judge. So again, let's point to the courtyard, and if you'll describe as best you can where that's located on the photograph.
On this photograph, the courtyard is going to be this grass area that's going to be towards the top of the picture. The baseball field's behind it. It's closer to the surrounding buildings. There's some grass in there. That would be the courtyard area.
Okay, we've talked about the Hall of Flags and the walkway above that hall. Where is that located on this photograph?
The Hall of Flags is going to be right by the courtyard, just to the west of it. There's a red brick towards the
Look
top
at
of the
this
picture. There's a red brick path there
photograph.
that goes from the Fugle building, which is on the left of the picture, towards the right of the picture, which is the science building area.
Okay, and then the Sorensen Center, is that the building in the middle with the large white roof?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of towards the upper part of the picture, middle of it. It's going to be a white roof. That will be the Sorensen Center.
And just to the north and east of the courtyard?
Yes, north and east.
Okay, and then finally, if you would describe the low-C building, the location of that on this exhibit.
The low-C building is going to be pretty much in the middle, on the right side, so middle to the right. It's going to have two different colors of gray, a darker gray and a lighter gray. There's a red pathway, and that will be the low-C center.
Okay. You mentioned, officer, that there were different stories on the low-C building. How many stories does the low-C building have?
There's 4.
4 stories? Okay. You mentioned that you were familiar with the rooftop. Do you know how to gain access to the rooftop of the LoSi building?
Yes, there's actually an outside stairway right here that comes up. It's going to be just to the south of LoSi building. There's a red pathway right directly in the middle of the picture. Off to the south of that, on the left side of the picture, is an outdoor stairway.
Is that open to the public?
It is.
And how would someone access the roof from that stairway?
If they came up, they would put them right here on this pathway that goes between the LoSi Center and down towards the computer science building. There's a red pathway. There's actually a little handrail, like a little guardrail, probably about a couple feet high, that somebody could jump over.
Is that area restricted? Is it off limits?
Yes, it is. There's kind of like a natural barrier with the guardrail, and from there on, there's no path. It's gravel roof, so it's not paved like everything else.
Someone could hop over that railway?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can take your seat again.
Okay. That was it?
Officer Bagley, I'm now going to refer you to your attention to State's Exhibit number 3. That's going to come up on your monitor as well. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I do see it.
Okay. And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a drone picture of the campus, more of the courtyard, looking eastward.
Okay. I've asked you about several buildings on campus.
How can we confirm
and I
that's
asked you
the
about those same
campus?
buildings, whether they're depicted in this exhibit, okay? Do you see where the Hall of Flags is located?
Yes, I do. It's down towards the bottom. It's a red brick pathway. It would be the Hall Flags.
Okay. What about the Fugo building?
Hugo building's going to be to the right of the picture. It's going to be a white roof building off to the right, directly south of the courtyard.
And the Woodbury Business Building? Where's that at?
Woodbury is going to be another red path. It's going to be just to the east of the Fugo building. It's got a gray roof and some red paths.
The Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be on the left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof, different levels, and that would be the Sorensen Center.
Okay. The LoSi Center, where's that located in relationship to the Sorensen Center that you've described?
Of the Sorensen Center, it's going to be just directly east of the Sorensen Center, towards the top of the picture. You can see the 2 different colors of gray of the gravel that's on the roof.
Okay. And can you see the courtyard in this photograph?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is this picture a fair and accurate depiction of this area of Utah Valley University's campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
That could be any
How do we renew the
campus.
standing objection? We also object again that this individual can't identify when the picture was made or. how it
Oh
was
my
made or by whom.
gosh! Fatty, you've been overruled. Fatty, you've been overruled. Porkins, no. He said this 3 times now. 3 times. No. Your objection is retarded.
Mr. Gernano.
Same response, Judge. And just for the record, I was also point the court to State v. Purcell, which is a Supreme Court case here in the state of Utah, 1985, which essentially stands for the proposition that if a competent witness with personal knowledge of the facts represented in a photograph can testify that that photograph accurately represents those facts, the exhibit's admissible. He's also spoke about the date being September 10th, 2025. The showing that's required here is essentially a prima facie showing. We're not required to show proof beyond a reasonable doubt, for example, that it was accurate that day or even a preponderance of the evidence. But we'll submit it on that, Judge.
All right, I'm just taking a brief glance at the case you cited.
I can give the citation if you're on.
If you have that, I'd appreciate that.
It's 711 Pacific 2nd, 243. And I'm looking at page number 240.
KOTOR Seb is in the waiting room. Yeah, we're not doing waiting room right now. I appreciate his dedication. Yeah, we're not doing waiting room right now.
The court finds that
we're
the
focusing on the
witness is,
trial.
Familiar with the scene. He testified that it is a fair and accurate representation of what State's Exhibit 3 purports to be, and the court finds that necessary foundation has been laid and overrules the objection. State's Exhibit 3 may be admitted, is admitted, and may be published.
State would move to publish State's Exhibit 3.
All right.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer If you would come down into the well of the court, I'm going to ask you a few questions about this, this Exhibit 3 as well.
Okay.
Can you point out where the Hall of Flags is located and describe that for the record?
What's the trial about? This is the trial.
Flowers along the top of it.
You mentioned
This is the Charlie Kirk
securing
trial.
area of that,
Yes.
that hall, that walkway. Where were you stationed?
I was down here by the end of the flower pots, which is down here on the south side towards the Fugal building on the far right of the picture.
Okay. In relationship to where you were stationed, where is the Fugal building then?
The Fugal building is just to the right of me, so it would be on the south end of me.
Okay. And so it's on the right side of the photograph there?
Far right side of the photograph, yes.
What about the business building?
The business building is just going to be in the middle of the picture on the far right. It's going to have some red brick pathways. It's going to be multi-level, and that would be the Woodbury building.
Okay. The Sorensen Center, where is that located on the photograph?
Sorensen Center is going to be middle to far left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof on top of it, multi-level.
Okay. And the Losi Center, where is that located?
Losi Center is going to be towards the top of the picture, kind of off-centered a little bit, but it's going to have the 4 or 5 floors that are sitting right there.
Okay. Can you describe those stories, what we're looking at? Where do you find 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly 5?
So this is ground level where the courtyard is. So this, as you go over in towards the Losi building inside, there's an elevator that would be ground 1, level 1. Level 2 would be the second one where these red ATVs are sitting on the grass right there in the middle of the picture. If you go from that, that would be the third level.
Yeah, we're not doing
which is the actual top level of the
Doyle, we're not doing Collins right now. We're watching the trial. I will have a segment probably tomorrow for people that want to call in to talk about it, but I'm not doing it today. We're watching the trial. We're not going to interrupt it to have a conversation about it. But I appreciate your contributions in the chat, brother.
Is that very top one with the windows that you can see.
Okay. Is there an atrium on the top of that?
There is an atrium. It's got a little sphere on the top of it. It looks like a little square right on top of the Losi building. That would be an atrium.
Now, you mentioned 2 shades of gray on the rooftop of the Losi building?
Yes.
Can you see that on this exhibit?
I can. So where the atrium is a lighter gray gravel, and on the west side, because I'm looking east, on the west side, there's 2 ventilations for the Losi building, 2 vents on top, and that is in the darker gray gravel.
You mentioned you're familiar with the rooftop of the Losi Center, correct? Yes. When someone is standing on the Losi Center, can they see down into the courtyard?
Yes, they can.
And where is the courtyard located?
It's going to be in the center of the picture with the grass and the atrium-style steps.
Would that be west of the Losi Center then?
Yes, it would be directly west of the Losi Center.
Okay. Now, a couple of the other exhibits, we saw a tent that was down, set up in the courtyard. Can you see that tent set up in the courtyard in this photograph?
You cannot in this picture. You can't. It would be where I explained where the Hall of Flags is. It's directly underneath the Hall of Flags, like just on the grass right there.
Okay. Is there a clear line of sight between the tent and the top of the Losi Center, the rooftop?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Is some of it obstructed?
Yes.
Obstructed by what?
The Sorensen building that's right here, this white roof that's going to be, this kind of obstructs a little bit of the view of the courtyard.
So where would you have to be standing or perhaps lying down on the Losi Center to see into the courtyard where that tent was?
On the far south side of the Losi building, you could have a line of sight towards the courtyard.
And that's the top roof?
The top roof, yes.
With the darker shade of gray that you see? Okay. Thank you, officer.
Okay, is that it for the officer? No? Is that it for him? Coming back?
I'm going to refer the witness now to State's Exhibit number 35.
35. Okay.
And Officer Bagley, when you see that, go ahead and let me know. Do you recognize what that is, officer?
I don't have it yet.
Okay. So we don't have this in electronic form? We do. Okay. Well, I'll refer you to the exhibit that's to your left and behind you. Do you see that?
I do.
And it's marked as State's Exhibit 35 with a yellow sticker. Is that correct?
Yes, I can see that on top left of the photo.
Well, for the record, if we can publish that on the witness's screen.
Yeah, Doyle said he found his dog.
Thank you, Mr. Gernando. I was just going to mention
great
that.
news.
We shouldn't display it until it's been
Great
admitted
news.
in. So.
Do you see State's Exhibit 35 in your monitor?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an aerial view of the campus and the northeast area, just north of the campus neighborhoods. of Utah Valley University in Orem.
Okay. And how can you personally tell that this is a photograph of the campus and the neighborhood to the northeast of campus?
I can tell because I recognize all the buildings, the roads that are around it, the streets, the roundabouts, the neighborhood to the north, or towards the top of the building, or picture also.
Now, I've asked you about several buildings and landmarks on campus. Are you able to see the courtyard on this exhibit?
Yes, you are.
And just for the record, can you describe where this is located on the exhibit?
So right in the center, towards the bottom, there's a white triangle roof. That's white. That would be the Sorensen building. It's the patch of grass that's just directly south of towards the bottom of that on the picture. So it's kind of centered, but more towards the bottom, right in the middle.
On this exhibit, are you able to see the Fugal building?
Yes, I am.
And in relationship to this courtyard, where is that located?
That's going to be south of the courtyard with the white roof.
What about the Woodbury Business Building?
Woodbury Business Building is going to be to the east. And it's going to have a red brick path top.
Okay. Can you see the Hall of Flags on this?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the courtyard again?
It's directly west of the courtyard.
And the Losi Center. Can you see the Losi Center?
Yes, you can see the Losi
Where's
Center.
that at?
It's going to be kind of northeast of the courtyard. The two patches of gray, that's almost in the center of the picture, just to the slight right of the center.
Okay. I've asked you previously about the LDS Institute building. Can you see that on this exhibit?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the Losi Center?
It's directly north of the Losi Center. It's got a white roof, and it's almost directly in the center of the photo.
Okay. And as we've talked about a parking structure that's nearby the Institute building. Do you see that?
Yes, it's just to the west or left side of the picture of the Institute building.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Utah Valley University's campus and the surrounding neighborhood to the north and east on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, renew the standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no indication on this photograph of when it was taken in terms of relation to the actual incident at issue here.
Oh, gosh.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Granado.
Same response, Judge, but I would just add one more case for the court's benefit. This is State v. Wager, or Wager, W-A-G-E-R. This is a Utah Court of Appeals case from 2016. The citation is 372 Pacific 3rd, 91. And the significance of this case, Your Honor, at issue there was a photograph of the defendant there who was smoking methamphetamine allegedly in his bathroom. The witness that was testifying that laying the foundation at trial was not present when the photograph was taken, could not tell the date on which it was taken, but he had been in the bathroom before, was familiar with the defendant's bathroom and familiar with the defendant. He testified to that personal knowledge, and the court found that was sufficient foundation. So that case, in addition to the other case, the Purcell case, and my previous arguments, and I'll submit it to the court.
Ms. Nestor, anything else you wish to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Given the testimony of the witness who's testified he's familiar with this location, he went in detail describing the various neighborhoods and location. He mentioned the roundabout and identified the buildings in State's Exhibit 35. And it was noted that it is a fair and accurate representation of this campus as of September 10th, 2025. The court is going to overrule the objection, and State's Exhibit 35 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. The state moves to publish it.
She has no reason for doing that.
The exhibit.
You may.
She just keeps talking. She keeps talking. It's already been ruled on 3 times.
Officer, I've asked you about a number of the buildings located on campus. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about those and to help orient the court to what the judge is looking at, and then ask you about some of the streets in the neighborhood, okay?
Okay.
For the court's benefit, can you point out where the LDS Institute building is?
Yes, I can.
And I'm going to approach the witness again if you could describe where it's at on that Exhibit 35.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So you want the LDS Institute building? Is what you're
Yes,
asking?
please.
That is this white roof right here is the Institute building.
Is that in basically the center of the exhibit?
It's almost exactly in the center of the exhibit.
Okay, and where's the Losi Center located on that?
If you were to go down towards the bottom of the photo, there's 2 different grades of gravel on this roof. This would be the Losi building right here.
So below the Institute building and to the right slightly.
Slightly to the right.
Can you point out for the court's benefit where the courtyard is?
The courtyard is going to be to the west or left side of the picture. There's some grass in between two buildings that have a white roofs. There would be a grass area right there with some steps. That is going to be the courtyard area, and that's going to be down towards the center bottom of the photo.
So that's to the left and down?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the parking structure. Where's the parking structure next to the Institute building?
The Institute building's right here in the center with the white roof. The parking structure is going to be just to the left of the Institute or west side. There's a road in between it called the Heat Plant Road, which is the road that goes between those two.
And can you point out, for the court's benefit, how one would enter that or exit that parking structure by way of vehicle or walking?
By entering, you can enter and exit right here on the north side of the parking structure. There's an entrance and exit right here. That's
for
into level 1.
For a vehicle?
For vehicles.
And I guess someone could walk in there as well.
Yes, if they were to park into this LDS Institute parking lot over here on the north side of that, there's a tunnel that goes underneath the road that still comes out into the parking structure
tunnel.
itself. And then they can exit out here on the second level onto Heat
So,
Plant Road, which would be
Tyler
between
Robinson
the
was
LDS Institute
tunneling?
building and the parking structure is the Heat Plant. They can exit there and go back
He was
towards
tunneling?
Campus Drive. So you could walk out either up here on the northeast side of the parking structure and cross over to the LDS Institute, or you can come out here to the southeast side and you can exit there and walk down to the courtyard or behind the LDS Institute building towards the Losi Center.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned Campus Drive. Where's Campus Drive located on that?
Campus Drive starts right up here towards the top left of the picture. It's almost like a T, and it's the curved road that comes all the way down in front of the Institute building and the parking structure, and it goes all the way around campus, comes back down to the bottom of the picture where the roundabout is, and that would be Campus Drive.
Okay. Are you familiar with where 800 South is in Orem?
Yes.
Is that depicted on this exhibit?
It is.
Where's that at?
It's at the top of this photo. It's going to be the long straight road. That's right here at the top of the photo.
Okay. What about 850 South? Are you familiar with that street?
I am. 850 South is going to be towards the right of the photo, top right of it. There's going to be a street that goes east to west. It looks like a horseshoe, kind of. It's going to be the road that goes east to west. In the middle of that horseshoe would be 850.
Okay, so 850 is parallel to 800 South.
Yes.
And just below on this photograph.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with 600 West?
I am.
And where's that street in relationship to 850 South?
That would be on the far right side of the horseshoe, so towards the right side of the picture, and it's going to be the right side of that horseshoe.
The right side of the
And
horseshoe.
that runs north and south?
North and south.
Okay. What about 720 West? Are you familiar with that street?
Yes, I am.
And where's that at?
That's going to be to the left side of the horseshoe. That runs north and south, and it comes down towards the bottom.
Okay. And finally, 925 South.
925
Is that
south
depicted?
is going to be on the bottom of the horseshoe that connects those other two wests.
Okay, so just in summary, will you describe the horseshoe and what streets make up that horseshoe?
So the horseshoe comes up off of 800 South, and directly south of that, you'll have 850 South, which is going to be running east to west. On the left side is 725 West of the horseshoe, and it comes down into 925 South, which wraps back around to 600 West on the far right side of the horseshoe, on the right side of the picture.
Okay, thank you, officer. You can be seated. Okay, I'm going to take you back to September 10th, 2025. You mentioned you were on campus. You had a particular
Okay.
assignment.
So,
Mr. Granado, I'm sorry. We're just going to pull down the exhibits.
Okay.
Thank you. You may continue.
Would you like me to take this exhibit down, Judge?
Are you referring to it in your line of questioning right now?
Not right now, I'm not.
Okay, let's go ahead and take it down.
why? Why take it down?
So you were securing the Hall of Flags walkway, correct?
Yes.
On the south end?
Yes.
What was happening that morning, that day at campus, at UVU?
I came in to do a shift for a special event where we had a guest speaker come in and was going to talk to the students and people around the neighborhood.
Do you know who the guest speaker was?
I do.
And who was that?
It was Charlie Kirk.
Did you see Mr. Kirk that day?
I did.
When did you first see him?
When he arrived on campus, just behind the west side of the Hall of Flags, I saw him pull up.
And can someone access the courtyard through that area?
Yes, they can.
How so?
Where he pulled up underneath the Hall of Flags is a opening to where you could drive a car underneath. So there's access right there. You could walk or drive underneath the Hall of Flags.
And you saw him arrive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe what you were seeing? What did you observe?
On that day, I observed Charlie going back, doing some meet and greet with some people, getting some photos taken. He then came underneath the Hall of Flags and went to his tent, and he was there answering questions and talking to individuals that would ask him questions.
The tent you're referring to, is that the tent that we see when it was set up in the courtyard?
Yeah, that white square tent.
The white top?
Yes, he was under that.
Fast forward to about 12:20 or so a little bit after noon, the noon hour. What happened? What did you see and what did you hear?
I heard an individual talking to Charlie, and I happened to kind of glance over the edge of the railing about that time. I could see the right side of Charlie's shoulder, so not his whole body, because he was underneath the tent, so I could only see probably the right side of his body. He was answering a question, kid asked him a question, and then I heard a shot fired.
Do you know what time that was?
Yes.
What time was that?
12:23.
What did you see?
At that moment, I saw him lean to the left. So
when you say him, you see
Charlie.
Charlie.
So I saw him go to the left because I could no longer see the right side of his body. So he went further underneath the tent to the north side of the tent, so left.
Okay. Can you describe the reaction of others that were there?
Yeah, so then everybody started getting up and starting to run in more of a chaos kind of situation.
Before you continue, can you describe a little bit? So you mentioned Mr. Kirk was answering questions, talking to individuals.
Yes.
Were there others present?
Yes.
Any idea about approximately how many? How would you describe it in your terms?
In my terms, I'd say, when I was up there looking down, I'd say there's several thousand people, because you had it on the grass that was jam-packed, in the amphitheater sitting on the grass. You had people standing on the back up along the cement. You had people that were on the second level of the Sorensen and over by the Woodbury building. There's another level there where a lot of people were standing and watching. So it was pretty packed.
Okay.
That's got to be so.
You mentioned,
so
you mentioned
hard
you
to
heard
hear.
something. What did you hear again?
I heard a gunshot.
Okay.
Oh.
And can you describe you described Mr. Kirk's reaction? Was that simultaneous to hearing the gunshot?
Yes, it was.
When he fell to the left?
Yes.
Did you see the reaction from the crowd?
Yes.
What was that?
Everybody kind of got up. They all said a lot of people were screaming, standing up, and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Okay. You're a police officer helping to secure the area, correct?
Yes.
What did you do?
At that moment, I recognized it as gunfire. I left my post, which was right there on the south end of the hall flags. I proceeded to right where the fugal and the hall flags meet. There's some outside stairs that I was trying to run down. As I was trying to get down to the bottom of the stairs, people were running up, people were laying down on the steps. I'm trying to jump over people to get to the bottom of the stairs so I can help stop an individual that's probably shooting.
That's so brutal.
What happened next?
By the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, I was informed on the radio that we had a shooter in custody. So I thought, at that moment, I was like, oh, that was kind of fast. Obviously, it was closer range probably because we had an individual in custody. Another officer came on and said we had an individual in custody. So I decided to, since the threat is gone, now I can assess for anybody that's injured and start looking for any medical needs that's needed at that moment. I started canvassing the area. As I canvassed the area, I was looking for anybody that was injured. I saw a kid on the ground that was on about the second or third tier in the grass next to a wheelchair, and he was almost convulsing. I thought he'd maybe been shot. Talked to the dad as I was running over there. He said that he was just having a seizure, that he was fine, he was not injured. So then at that moment, I observed that there was no other injuries that I could see at that moment.
Okay. Was your attention drawn to anything else at that time?
Yeah, so after we got some people kind of cleared away a little bit, I thought I needed to start preserving the scene because we had a crime scene. And with some of my experience and training to that effect I decided now we need to contain the scene and help preserve as much evidence as we can. So I started pushing people off the grass out of the courtyard area because I knew that's where the crime scene was. So as we started pushing those guys out, my chief Long, that was right next to me, I looked down and saw an empty pistol holder that was sitting just on top of the grass. And at that moment, things had died down just a split second. I realized that the shot I heard was more of a rifle shot and not a pistol shot.
Yeah, that's true.
What causes you to say that?
I mean, you could tell.
Just from being around firearms through all my trainings.
Yeah, like
the
if
difference
you've been
is,
around firearms,
a handgun is
you
more of
know.
a short, bang, pop sound. With a rifle, you have more of a longer, violent.
Yeah, anyone who knows anything about firearms knows that was a rifle shot. That was not a pop, pop, pop of a pistol. That was something more. Yeah, this is brutal. Just re-listening to this, it's tough.
Bang or crackle sound. It's more of a violent kind of sound. It's longer. So
yeah,
that's why I recognized it.
Okay. Is a rifle sound louder typically?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to when you heard this gunshot, could you tell where it came from? From direction?
Yes, I knew it came from the east of me.
From the east of you. Okay. So you see this realization comes to your mind. What did you do next?
At that moment when I saw the holster, the empty holster, I turned to my chief and I said, that was a rifle shot. And he said, I agree. And I looked up at that moment, right in the line of sight, I could see the Losi building had a direct line of sight So I proceeded to go look at that and see what was going on up there.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe your route to the Losi Center?
So from the courtyard, you can go into the Sorensen Center, and like I said there earlier, there was on level 1, there's some elevators or there's stairs. I ran up 4 flights of stairs, got to the 4th level of the Losi building, and proceeded to the south of the Losi building. There's some stairs, which is at breezeway between the computer science building and the Losi building. There's some stairs that go up to the top of that, and then so I went to the top of that.
Is that stairway that you previously described?
Yes, on the outside of the Losi building. Just
Okay. And it's a public stairway?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you make it to the rooftop?
I did.
Do you know about what time you got there?
I got there at 12:44.
Okay. What did you do when you got on top?
When I got on top, I hopped over the guardrail. I noticed that there was an object which was sitting right about 10 or 15 feet in from the other side of the guardrail in the gravel. That looked out of place to me.
And in relationship to where you hopped over the guardrail, what direction was that object?
To the west of the guardrail.
Okay. And did you recognize the object?
I did.
And what was it?
It was a red and black screwdriver.
Okay. Did you touch that object?
I did not.
Okay.
Screwdriver.
I am going to refer the witness on your screen, Officer Bagley, to State's Exhibit 3.1. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of the screwdriver that I saw that day on top of the rooftop of the Losi building.
Okay. And that's how it appeared on the roof that day?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the screwdriver you observed and found that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 3.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no foundation laid as to when the photo was taken or by whom. Thank you.
Same response, Judge. My previous arguments.
And did you state that this was a fair and accurate representation as of September 10th, 2025?
I had said that day. I'll ask it again.
All right.
To the officer. Officer Bagley, you saw this screwdriver you're describing on September 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 3.1 a fair and accurate depiction of that screwdriver that day, September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
All right.
State moves to admit.
I will go ahead and admit, State's Exhibit 3.1 is admitted based off of the first-hand knowledge of this, what this image purports to be, and it is a fair and accurate representation as this item on that date of September 10th, 2025, and this exhibit may be published.
Your Honor, before we continue to publish it and ask a few more questions, right now might be a good time to take a break.
All right.
If that's okay with the court.
All right, let's come back at it. It's 10:43. Let's go ahead and come back. Well, 10:44. Let's come back at 11
need
o'clock.
a break
and we'll resume
already?
Direct examination. Court is in a brief recess.
You need another break?
Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, where victims and victims' representatives are entitled to be treated with dignity and respect, that if they choose to leave the courtroom, they can come back whenever they wish. They're not prohibited to coming back solely at the break. So I just wanted to clarify that in case there was any question about that. In addition, I want to talk about the exhibits as it relates to their admission and publication of the exhibit. So whenever there is an objection to an exhibit, I would ask that the attorneys are clear specifically what they're objecting to. There's basically 3 levels of objections that could be objected to. First, the admittance of the exhibit itself. Second is the publication of the exhibit to the gallery. And third is the publication which is electronically captured by the media. So, counsel, I'll leave it to you in regards to what you object to or what you wish to respond to. If no objection to the publication and media capture of the exhibit is specifically raised, the court will presume there's no objection. So, being that the monitor was introduced today by the court, I wanted to offer that guidance to the parties in regards to your objections. With that, let's go ahead and return to the witnesses. I do note for the record that the counsel is present and all the parties are present, and let's go ahead and proceed. Mr. Gernander.
Thank you, Your Honor. We left off Officer Bagley with just having admitted State's Exhibit 3.1. I believe the court also granted our motion to publish 3.1. So we would ask the court to publish that to the gallery, 3.1.
Ms. Nestor, any thoughts? All right, we'll go ahead and publish Exhibit 3.1.
Where am I going?
Looks like it's just taking a second to come
Where
up on the
is-
screen.
Did it take the wrong turn?
Let's go ahead and unplug and replug in the monitor to see if that brings it back to life, to display.
Huh.
All right, looks like it's noticing a flicker on my screen here. All right. Yes.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Greenender.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Bagley, so you testified that this is the screwdriver as you saw it on September 10th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to, and this was on top of which roof?
The Losi building.
And in relationship to the entrance, the stairway, and when you hopped over the rail to get there,
There's
where
about
was
10
it located?
About 10 or 15 feet in.
Okay. If I could, Your Honor, bring up State's Exhibit Number 2 that was previously admitted.
All right.
I would like to have Officer Bagley come down from the witness stand and point on that exhibit approximately where this screwdriver was located and describe it for the record.
All right, you may step down, and if you have a microphone for him as well.
I think there was one up there. Oh, here we go. So if you can describe where you saw that screwdriver, point to that.
Yeah, so this is the Losi building right here, the light gray. Here's the guardrail in the center of the picture with the red brick. Just over that, about 10, 15 feet in, about right there.
About right there, okay. Now on this exhibit, Exhibit 3.1, there's an evidence tag, yellow number 5. Was that present when you found the screwdriver?
No.
Okay, so that was left there by an evidence tag?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can take your seat again. Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to your monitor again and have you look at State's Exhibit 3.2. And if you'll let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Okay.
And can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that's a picture of the top of the Losi building looking west.
Okay. And how do you know that that is, in fact, the top of Losi Center, looking west?
I can see the landmarks of several buildings, the Fugel building's on the top left of it. You've got on the right is a white roof, which is the Sorensen building on the right side of the picture. This is also the gravel area on top of the Losi building.
Okay. Can you see the courtyard from this exhibit?
Yes, a little bit.
What about the tent that was set up that Mr. Kirk was underneath?
Yes.
Okay. What about the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
Did you mention that this was facing west? What direction are we looking?
We're looking west towards Utah Lake.
Okay. Officer, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on September 10th, 2025 on top of the Losi building?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 3.2, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, I think that we renew our standing objection. There is
gosh.
an evidence tag here, which begs the question that it's not a fair and accurate representation of how he saw it. And we also don't have any indication about when this picture was taken or by whom. So we object to its admission.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Grunetter.
Officer, one more question, Judge. Officer Bagley, apart from the evidence tag, do you see an evidence tag on that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Was that present when you were on top of the Losi Center and observed this?
That was not.
Okay. Otherwise, is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
State moves to admit.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Given that follow-up question, noting that the evidence tag, it appears to be number 2 on State's Exhibit 3.2 was not present, but otherwise it is a fair and accurate representation, as stated by the witness to State's Exhibit 3.2. The court will admit it into evidence, and it may be published at the discretion of, or the request of counsel.
Your Honor, the State would move to publish it.
All right.
Officer Bagley, will you describe what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, on the top of the photo, you got the mountain range on the back. That's going to be looking west. You also have Utah Lake, which is towards the top of it. As you come down towards the center, on the top, you've got a pond, which is the ponds over at Utah Valley University. If you come down from that, from where the water meets that red brick part, more towards the center is the Hall of Flags. And just below that, where you can see the grass and the white tent, is where Charlie Kirk was sitting looking west, and we're on top of the Losi building.
Okay. And is this depicting a particular corner of the Losi rooftop?
Yes, it is.
And this is the top rooftop?
Yes.
Is it the same level where we observed the atrium that's to the north?
The atrium's up just a little bit higher, so this is the top level of 4.
Level 4, okay. And what area of the rooftop are we looking at here?
You're looking
as far as the gravel?
Southwest side of the Losi building.
Southwest side, okay. Is there a line of sight down into the courtyard?
Yes, there is.
In that area? Okay. What else do you observe on this exhibit that's significant to you, officer?
There was some disturbance in the gravel right where, and around the area where in the area where the yellow marker is there was some disturbance that caught my eye there.
Okay. And does this photograph do it justice?
No.
And how so?
You can't really see the impression I saw at the time of when I was up there on that day. I saw a distinct impression in the gravel, and this does not show that.
Okay, so you could see more with the naked eye?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to refer the witness to State's Exhibit 4 on your monitor there. And let me know when you can see that.
Okay, I can see it.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a nighttime view of that same photo. That was just same view, looking west, and I can see the disturbance in the gravel.
And what tells you that this is the same photograph as the last one, as Exhibit 3.2?
You can see the Hall of Flags. That's direct, almost the top of the photo. In the middle, you got the Hall of Flags. You can see the tent in the grass area, the direct line of sight with the Sorensen building, and I'm on top of the gravel of the Losi building, southwest side.
Is there also an LDS temple that's depicted in that photograph?
There is. It's going to be on the top left of the photo. It's lit up.
Okay. Do you know who took this photo?
I do.
And who took this photo?
Melissa Richards.
And who is Melissa Richards?
She's the lead senior forensic for the state of Utah.
Okay.
Examiner.
And how do you know that she took this photograph?
I spoke to her.
Okay.
Okay. Objection.
Renew the objection to hearsay that's in our standing
Oh,
objection.
gosh.
Thank you. Mr. Grunander, do you want to respond to the objection about hearsay?
Yes, Judge. Under Rule 1102, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation for or the authenticity of any exhibit. That's found in 1102 sub B sub 3. I would also point out for the court that under Rule 1101, which is the applicability of the rules, in subsection C1, the determination of questions of fact preliminary to admissibility of evidence when it's determined under Rule 104, which are preliminary questions, the rules of evidence do not apply. 104 speaks directly to laying foundation for an exhibit, so even at trial, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit. I would also just point the court to State v. Griffin. This is a 2016 Utah Supreme Court case. The citation is 384 Pacific 3rd 186, which stands for hearsay evidence is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit, even at trial. And we're at a preliminary hearing today, Judge.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, before I issue a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection to hearsay. I note the standing objection by defense. I also note Rule 1102, and I also look to Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay evidence as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. For those reasons, I'm going to overrule the objection, and as it relates to reliable hearsay in this instance, you may proceed.
Officer Bagley, did you ask Ms. Richards if this was a fair and accurate depiction of this scene on the Losi building on the night of September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She said it was.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 4.
Ms. Nestor?
Just object to relying on what Ms. Richards told him in terms of creating the foundation and refer back to our standing objection.
Oh,
State will submit it.
Right. Well, as I look at State's Exhibit 4,
Man, she is so
and again, I'm just
insufferable.
looking at it before me. It said it was a fair and accurate representation. there's a notation. I mean, in the previous exhibits, there's a marker, exhibit marker, and I see 2. But it also appears to be other artifacts on this image that I haven't heard any testimony about. And so
I will follow up, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, do you see an evidence tag in that exhibit?
Yes, I do. A number 2.
A number 2, and that's yellow and black?
Yes.
Do you see other evidence markers that are red in color?
Yes, to me they're orange, but they're triangular shaped.
Okay. Were those markers, the evidence tag 2, as well as the orange or red markers, present when you observed that scene that day?
No.
Okay. Were they present, however, when Ms. Richards took this photograph?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that that is a fair and accurate representation of what she observed that night?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 4, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Objections, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor.
Oh, gosh.
We're going to go ahead and overrule the objection, noting that the marker, evidence marker, as well as the red or orange marker,
Objection.
can't tell which color it is, was not present originally. And with those included information, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you. The State would move to publish that.
All right.
And I would ask for the witness to come down to explain the exhibit.
All right, officer, if you'd like to step down, use the microphone, and as previously noted, describe, when you're describing something on the image, where it is located on the image for the benefit of our recording.
So, officer, will you describe for the court what it is that you're looking at?
So what I'm looking at is, I'm on top of the Losi building, which is where the gravel is towards the bottom center. I'm looking west towards the tent, which is in the upper center, that you got a white tent. You can see the grass down there in the amphitheater. You got the Hall of Flags, that's more towards the top center, and behind that you got I-15. But what I'm looking at is in the disturbance of the gravel is what I saw that day.
Okay, and what can you describe for the record that disturbance?
To me, when I got up there and I could see this disturbance of gravel, to me it looks like a sniper pad, a person that has been laying in a prone position, and you've got markings of elbows, knees, and feet to where somebody was in the line of sight of where Charles' tent was.
Thank you. And if we could, again, take the, if we could publish State's Exhibit number 2.
This guy's so damn guilty. Man, I hope they crucify this guy.
You recognize that, right, officer?
Yes, I do.
Where on the Losi rooftop did you observe this disturbance?
It's unreal how guilty this guy is.
If you go to the center of the picture, in the darker gray part of it, on the left side, so the south side of the Losi building, it would be right in the line of sight of the Charlie Kirk tent that's straight in front of it.
Okay.
Or the southwest side of the roof.
Thank you. You can take your seat. And finally, I would direct the witness's attention to State's Exhibit number 5 on the monitor. Let me know when that's there.
It
It
is.
is
Yes.
there. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is going to
Your
be
Honor,
a
how
picture
can
of
one
the side
indicate
profile
a
of that.
sniper
That's
pad?
what we looked at, with some red or orange markers, and a number 2 with also a tape that's there
Yeah.
on top of the Losi building.
How are you going to testify that the dirt has been disturbed? How do you know? Your Honor, this man has never been a patch of gravel in his life. How is he going to know?
What was that tape that you said?
There's a measuring tape, it looks like.
Okay. Are you able to tell which direction the photographer was facing?
Yes.
And what direction is that?
It's facing south.
This is a nighttime photograph, correct?
Yes.
Do you
I
know who
can't
took
wait
this
to see the
picture?
cross-examination.
It was Melissa Richards.
The same individual that you spoke about before?
Yes.
Did you ask her whether this is a fair and accurate depiction of what she observed that night?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said it was.
With respect to what you observed that day, apart from the evidence tag, the yellow tag, as well as the orange or red markers, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed?
Yes.
What's different about what you observed as far as what's on the photograph, the previous exhibit, compared to this?
You can see more of the length of an individual. So you can see that there's 2 elbows, 2 knee areas, plus also towards the far right of the photo is also a marker where like somebody laid a gun down.
Okay.
It's like a prone position.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 1102, as well as other authority that's been cited today, the state offers State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Your Honor, we renew all the same objections we made to Exhibit 4.
Oh,
Thank you.
gosh.
Given the foundation that has been laid and that the witness has testified that this is a fair and accurate representation of the scene, noting
the tape as well as the markers in that. State's Exhibit 5 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
State moves to publish Exhibit 5, Judge.
All right.
Before turning to what you did next on that day, taking you back to the daytime of September 10th, 2025, did you secure the rooftop of the Losi building that day?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I put yellow police crime scene tape around the portion where so nobody else would disturb that area.
And when you say that area, what areas are you talking about?
I'm talking about the roof where it was the southwest side of the roof where I found the disturbed gravel, where it looked like somebody had been prone out in the line of sight of the tent. So right there.
Did you secure the area as far as any of the entrance area up onto the rooftop with police tape?
Yeah, so then where that natural guardrail is, that was the other barrier where they were advised not to go any further from there other than police officers.
Okay. If we could go back to State's Exhibit number 2. If we were to...
Now, guys, I haven't received enough donations to allow you guys to watch this with any sound. Now I'm going to have to turn off the sound until we get some donations. Guys, I don't want to have to do this. I like watching this trial, but I'm not getting enough donations, guys. And if I don't get enough donations, then I'm gonna have to change to something else. Oh man.
So this is the top of the Losi building.
All right, guys.
The southwest is towards the top, center of the picture. You can see some yellow tape that spans from over here on the far right side of the picture by these black pipes, goes around a silver vent, comes back down around to the corner of that silver to keep everybody out of that area where that prone position was at.
Okay. On that photograph, are you able to see where you put the tape up as far as the access way to that roof near the stairway?
So it was right here, actually, this natural barrier where you have to climb over the guardrail. So this is the other barrier that I had to set up.
And you put police tape on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you eventually leave that area?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you left that area?
Oh, I have it in my notes. It would be, when I left that area, it was almost 1 o'clock, about 1:03, 1:01.
Okay. Before leaving, did you leave the scene with anyone?
I did not leave the scene. Or did I leave the scene to somebody? Yes.
Just to someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was a county deputy, a female.
Did you provide instructions to her?
I did.
And what were those instructions?
I advised her not to let anybody inside the crime scene.
Okay.
Without being a police officer or an investigator.
Okay. Thank you. You can take your seat again. Officer, upon seeing this disturbance in the gravel, you described what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Someone lying down in a prone position, correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
So when I got to the top of the Losi building during that day, I noticed a screwdriver, kept going to the edge, found that prone position. At that moment, I realized, because it was direct line of sight, plus the disturbance in the gravel, where I could see somebody lay down in a prone position or a sniper position, and asked dispatch to get on the then I realized that we probably didn't have our shooter in custody. From that moment, I asked dispatch to get on the camera system and to see if anybody was on top of the Losi building during the time of the incident.
Were you advised of anything?
I was. Dispatch came back and advised me that there was a male individual on top of the roof that was there at the time of the shooting.
Did they describe what his movements were?
They did. They stated that he ran to the edge, dropped down, crawled, got in a prone position.
I'm going to stop you right there. Ran to the edge. What direction and what edge?
Running west and southwest of the Losi building. So ran towards the tent where Charlie Kirk was, so they could get a line of sight. And then the individual stood up after the shooting and ran northeast on the top of the Losi building.
Okay. You mentioned that this individual on the video dropped off the edge. Did you get that?
I haven't mentioned that.
Oh, what happened? What else was described to you?
Then, well, at that moment, so I knew that there was possibly a shooter on the run.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to all of the hearsay that's being testified to here?
And Judge, my response to that was I'm not actually offering this for the truth of the matter asserted at this point, simply for the effect on the hearer. So I'm not offering what's been described in the video as substantive evidence.
All right. Ms. Nestor, with that clarification, any thoughts?
I'll just stand on the objection. I don't
I don't think, I mean, he's clearly offering it for the truth because he's asking him to describe the route of the individual, and it's based on what other people told him. So if he wants to circle back to it after he's put the video in, I mean, we could do that. But right now, I still think it's inappropriate hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Greenberg?
I'll submit it to the court.
All right, so as the magistrate, as this is not to a jury, it's to myself as a magistrate, I am not accepting that statement for the truth of the matter asserted, simply for what has been stated. So I'm specifically making that finding as I'm receiving this evidence, and I'm not accepting it for the truth of the matter asserted, only as represented by Mr. Grunander. And with that, the objection is overruled. Mr. Grunander, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So you mentioned you were provided with information that an individual was running north on the Losi rooftop, correct?
Yes.
What else was described to you?
At that moment, I knew I had responding units coming into the scene. I advised other officers that I needed the Losi building secured, searched, because I didn't know exactly what way, other than he ran north. That moment, I went down to the police department, which is just down the stairwell, and looked at the video myself. And
where is the police department located?
It's in the Gunther Trade Building, just directly to the south of the Losi building.
Okay.
So where I described those outside stairs, the building to the left of that or south would be the Gunther Trade Building.
Okay. On what level is the police department?
It's level 3.
Level 3, okay. Upon arriving at the police department, what did you do next then?
I then looked at the footage to verify for myself exactly what expired on that moment, where I could see an individual run to the edge, get up, and then run off, and then drop off the northeast side of the building, of the Losi building.
Okay. Having viewed that, what did you do next?
At that moment, I realized I had more crimes, a bigger crime scene that I needed to contain and preserve for evidence. At that moment, I went and grabbed some more crime scene tape, and I responded to the northeast side of the building and secured an area where I saw impressions of the shoe print inside the grass, and also up above on that northeast side of the building.
Why are you listening to a boring trial?
Scuff there, and then drop down to the shoe imprint, and then finish going northeast.
You're not a lawyer or a judge. Well, I am a judge. I'm judging you for being fucking retarded. Yeah, we're listening to it because it's important, and we're getting the facts. I understand it may be foreign to you as a fucking retard. As a genuine resident window licker, you may not have any comprehension about this, but we are getting the facts and the details because this is an important topic. It's about Charlie Kirk's assassin, the guy who killed Charlie Kirk. We want to get the details. We want to know more about it. Yeah, you're just dumb. You're low IQ.
Okay. If I can take the witness back to State's Exhibit 2.
You don't know the law. I am the law. Law.
You mentioned seeing an individual drop down.
Yeah,
Could
we're
you come
judging
down,
you for being
point that
retarded.
area out to the court.
Yes.
Take your meds.
Okay, this is the Losi building again on the top right center of the photo. Southwest side is where the individual was.
Then
laying
leave,
down prone
Arbiter.
in the line of sight.
If you
Came
think I'm
behind
wrong
the
about religion and think I'm wrong about law, leave.
Came behind that on the west side of it. Came up to the north side of the Losi building on the east, on this white square piece on the far right of the picture. And then he dropped off on the east side of the Losi building into the grass down here below.
So the northeast corner.
Yes, northeast corner.
You mentioned you observed something on the grass.
I did. I saw a shoe imprint that was embedded pretty deep right there next to where he dropped.
I am the
And
law.
this is all footage that you personally observed on the surveillance video.
Yes.
Okay. When you got to the scene, describe in as best detail as you can what you saw on the grass then.
So when I got to the scene, I could see that there was a shoe imprint there. When I looked up onto the cement from the roof, I could see some scratching or rub marks from the top of the roof. That was not there, so I could see that looked abnormal. I then decided
Abnormal.
to put crime scene tape
Abnormal.
around the whole area in case there was more evidence that needed to be preserved.
On that exhibit number 2, do you see where you placed the crime scene tape?
Yes, I do.
And where is that? Can you describe that to the court?
It's going to be on the far right in the center of the picture. You can see the yellow tape. I came around trees, came up further out of pictures, some more trees. I came down all the way down to the back side of the LDS Institute building where there's a sidewalk to block everybody out of coming up that way.
Okay. Did you at one point leave the scene?
I did.
Did you release the scene to anyone?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
There was 2 Payson police officers that were standing there.
Okay. Were they in uniform?
They were.
Did you provide them with any instructions?
I advise them not to let anybody inside the crime scene other than law enforcement or investigators.
Okay. You can take your seat again, Officer Bagley. You've talked about the disturbance in the gravel that was observed on the Losi building.
Yes.
Did you walk through that disturbance in the gravel?
I did not.
Did you otherwise touch it in any way?
No.
With respect to the shoe print that you observed on the grass on the northeast lawn area below the Losi building, did you walk through that?
I did not.
Did you otherwise disturb that?
No.
All right, nothing was disturbed.
Officer Bagley, what did you do next?
From that moment, I then released the scene. I went down to the Fugal building and knew that where the incident command center was at, so I could relay information that I had found to responding units and people in charge.
I can have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
State will pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Nestor? Ms. Nestor, before you begin, what time would you like to break for lunch? I don't want to interrupt a line of questioning, and so I just want to make sure that we're just taking a look at the clock.
When are we going to break for lunch?
Feels a good time to break, roughly in that 12.
When are we going to break for
I will aim
lunch?
for that, Your Honor. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
May it please the court. Good afternoon, or morning still. Officer Bagley, my name is Kathy Nestor.
Oh,
I'm one of the
gosh.
attorneys
No,
representing
it's
Mr.
the-
Robinson
it's
today.
the
I have some
heifer.
questions for you. So you mentioned that you checked in around 11 a.m. on the day of the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
Objection.
Did you know in advance there was going to be this event on campus?
What?
I did. I signed up for an overtime shift, so yes.
You
For the
you
special
signed-
event, I signed up for the overtime shift.
Got it. And so, did you attend any type of debrief or briefing or meeting to prepare for the security of this event?
I did not, because that morning when I got there, we had individuals on top of the Hall of Flags. So when I walked in, I just checked on, was going to get my uniform on. The chief, Long, got a text or an email or phone call stating that there's people on top of the Hall of Flags throwing stuff down to the tent. Therefore, he sent the two officers that were on duty down to secure the area. I got dressed and then came back on, and then went to the Hall of Flags to secure that area.
So, you never attended any kind of, I'll just use the word debrief or meeting to talk about what the officers on scene were going to do that day to keep everybody safe?
No, not that morning.
Do you know if there was such a meeting?
I don't know, because when I got there, it was starting to, people were throwing
What does
stuff
that
down
have
the
to do
tent.
with anything?
And do you know how many UVU officers you guys employ normally?
Employee, there was 15.
And do you know how many were assigned to cover that event that day?
That were assigned to cover it. There was 6 of us that were, there was a patrol one and then 5 others that were there with the chief.
Did you all have an idea there were going to be thousands and thousands of people there? Or was that a surprise to you?
Had an idea.
And you only had 5 officers?
6, yes.
6, I'm sorry, counting you, I was
Yes.
thinking. And of those 6 officers, are you all armed? Do you carry weapons?
Yes.
What type of weapons do you carry?
Glock, pistols.
And was there any use on campus of, I think they're called magnet?
Heinrich says, thank you for the donation, brother. She sure ain't going to be objecting to lunch. True, brother, true. Yeah. Yeah, you know, she'll object to everything else, but she's not objecting to lunch.
Magnetometers, but the machines you walk through at TSA and the airport where it checks to see if you're carrying anything metal, what we all had to go through to get in the courtroom.
A
Were there
metal
any machines
detector.
like that set up or being used on campus that day?
No.
And as far as you know, were there any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Drones.
And did anyone ever talk to you about covering anything near or on top of or in the Losi building? Were you ever assigned that area before the shooting?
No,
Do you know who was?
I don't.
And when you got up to the roof that afternoon, was anybody around that was law enforcement?
No.
Nobody on the roof?
No.
Nobody on the stairway?
No.
Nobody on the walkway?
No.
Okay.
There's nothing to do with anything.
And in the state of Utah, is a campus a gun-free zone? Are students allowed to have guns on campus?
It's an open carry state, so yes.
Really?
And did you see anybody that was armed that day other than law enforcement?
I did not see.
Were you aware of whether Mr. Kirk had his own security team present there with him?
Yes.
Did you communicate with any of those people?
I saw one individual that was on top of the hall flags right next to me, yes.
Okay, and that was before the shooting?
Yes, and then I saw several down in the crowds and down by him, yes.
And were you aware of whether that person was armed either?
I was aware he was armed.
Okay. Was there any other law enforcement agency besides Mr. Kirk's private security team and your 6 officers, including you, that were covering that event that day? In other words, did you have any Provo police or Orem police or anyone that you knew of or federal agencies?
I don't know.
You never saw any that day?
No, not until the response came in.
And you did mention, I think I heard you just a few minutes ago testify, you turned over the scene on the roof to a woman who was a deputy sheriff, right?
Yes.
And that you turned over the scene where the individual dropped off to, I believe you said, was it Orem Police?
Payson.
Payson Police, thank you. Those people weren't there till after the shooting, right? They were part of just a response of everybody in the area?
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive any type of briefing materials, written materials prior to the event that talked about who would be covering what or anything like that?
No, not that morning. Like I said, it started getting hectic, so we were trying to get down to the security area and push people away from the top of the tent.
Now, when this event was over, you prepared a report, is that right?
I did.
And in the report, it covers a lot of what you testified to with Mr. Grunander, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think you said you attended, what, 600 hours of post-training?
It's around 600 hours, yes.
And I'm sure somewhere in that training, you were taught the importance of your police report
Yes.
and how it will be relied on years later to recreate events like it's being done right now. And so you know it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your report.
Yep.
Can we put up Bagley 1? Can we switch it over to the defense table, please? Thank you so much. And show it only to the witness. This is.
All right.
Do you see that report in front of you?
I do.
And is that the report that you prepared, or did you prepare this report?
I didn't. I did a supplement on it, but I didn't prepare the reports, like, because the incident was a big agency assist, so obviously it says it has all the responding officers to that effect.
Oh, we need to go to the page. Thank you for pointing that out. Can we please move to page 3 or 5 maybe? All right, now, let me ask the question again. Sorry, you just had the cover sheet up. Is that your report?
Yes, this is.
All right, and did you prepare that?
I did.
When did you prepare this report?
It looks like it was done the next day, either that day or the next day, because I want to make sure that I had it done while everything was fresh on my mind.
And do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, as a matter of fact.
May I just step in and just make sure that it's the same one? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, good.
We got to ask this now. Did you use AI to help you prepare your report?
I did not.
Okay, good. When you prepared your report, you referenced when you first heard the shot, don't you?
Yes.
And what is the time that you say that you heard the shot?
12:23.
Right. And when you wrote that report, you did not state in your report the direction you heard that shot come from, did you?
No, apparently not.
And take your time and look at the whole report and see if there's anywhere in there where you ever mentioned that it came from the east or to your right.
I don't see a direction.
Okay. And you also, I believe, in your report, you also don't state whether or not, you don't mention anything about thinking it came from the Low-C building or anything like that, right?
Later on, when I recognized when I saw the empty holsters, I think I actually said that in there, where I see the empty holster, that I realized the line of sight.
Okay, so let's talk about that holster for a minute. So you heard the shot, and you only heard one shot, correct?
Yes.
And then you came down from the walkway above the tent, right?
Yes.
And you came down to really the grassy area that we've all been looking at, the courtyard.
Yes.
And there was kind of chaos, people running around. Yeah. Yes. And while you were down there, you saw what you said was an empty holster.
Yeah, as I was clearing people out and making sure that the evidence was preserved, About towards the top, after a little bit, I saw an empty holster sitting there.
And when you say towards the top, can you be specific and tell us where you were?
So on the south side in the courtyard, there's some tiers of seating where the grass is different levels. And it was towards the top, maybe just right before the cement is where everybody's standing. So there's different levels. It's towards the top on the grass.
And when you saw the holster, can you describe to me what it looked like?
An empty concealed holster.
For what type of
For a
weapon?
pistol.
And did it have any markings on it?
I didn't even know, not that I noticed.
And what happened to that holster?
I have no idea.
Did you ever take custody of it?
Nope.
Did you ever tell anyone else to take custody of it?
Nope.
You just left it on the grass?
I did.
Was it ever fingerprinted to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, I don't know what that
At
has
some
to do with
point,
anything.
there were drones in the air. Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nelson with the Provo Police Department.
So it wasn't UVU.
No.
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
No.
All right. So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
True.
Right. You mentioned that as you were coming down into the grassy area from the top above the tent, you come down the Hall of Flags, you come into the grassy area. You mentioned that you heard, I guess on your radio, that they had a suspect in custody.
Yes.
And so how long do you think between the shot being fired did you hear that?
I was in, like I said, trying to get down the stairs, jumping over people, trying to...
So right now, who's being questioned is, this is one of the police officers that was on scene. This is one of the police officers that was on scene when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. This is the defense. This is, defense counsel Porkins. And she has pretty much been established as a fairly unreliable source. Basically, I'm going to keep objecting to this even though I've been overruled, just sort of obnoxious. She hasn't done anything particularly egregious, but she's really, really annoying.
Trying not to step on people as people were fighting up within 30 seconds maybe.
Right. So they pretty much instantly had someone in custody.
Yes, and that's why I was quite surprised.
Were you aware of where the person was taken into custody?
Right down by where Charlie Kirk was sitting by his tent, somewhere down there.
So in the courtyard area, the person would have been in the courtyard area at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
Was that person in or near or around the holster in any way?
No.
You don't know?
No, what he wasn't. Where the holster was up on the top level up there, and it was where when the incident happened when Charlie got shot. Within seconds, the other officer that was down by him said that he was in custody with the prisoner of the shooter. So within right there.
You didn't at that time. It was your understanding the person they took into custody was close by Mr. Kirk. Is that right?
Yep.
But it didn't occur to you that, well, that's not where I heard the shot come from. They must have the wrong person. I should talk to somebody.
During the chaos moment, no. They said they had a person in custody. I figured those guys saw something I didn't see. They took that person in custody, and I thought that was him.
Okay. This would be a good stopping place because I'm about to start another section.
Okay.
So maybe we could go 5 minutes early for lunch.
Absolutely. All right.
Thank you, officer.
She's
We're going to go ahead
interrupting
and
for
break
lunch.
We'll come back at 1 o'clock. I do want to note for the camera operator, if you would just be cognizant and turn off the microphone during breaks and when we break for recess, that would be helpful. Does either party need the benefit of the record before we break for lunch?
Not the state, no.
All right. We are in recess.
Oh, they're breaking for lunch. All right, we're jumping ahead. We're not waiting for this stupid lunch. Yeah, how long is this lunch? This is like over an hour.
Were you a sniper?
I worked well with them, but I was not a sniper.
Okay. So okay, just strike that. Also, we talked about the holster that was found. Are you aware if there were any other guns confiscated on the scene that day?
I'm not.
You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know.
All right, and I want to go through with you your timeline. You mentioned that you started at the Hall of Flags, right? And then you came down. It took you a minute to kind of navigate the stairs with the crowd and the chaos and everything. And then you were in the grassy area of the courtyard for a bit. Is that right?
Yeah, so about 30 seconds to get down the stairs, and then I went right down to where the tent was.
And that's where you found the holster.
No, the holster was up higher. So I went down by the tent, so
Oh.
it's lower level. So as I came down towards where Charlie Kirk was shot, I went down towards the tent to assess to see what was going on down there, because I didn't know exactly what. I heard the gun shot, didn't know exactly what was going on. 'Cause
I'm
was
sorry,
above
I
the tent.
missed that you went down to the tent. So let me ask you about that. So what did you do when you got down to the tent?
When I got down the tent, Charlie was gone. They put him in an SUV and left. At that moment, there were still some people running around, so I decided to preserve the scene as much as I could with trying to escort people out, and that's when I went back in and started pushing people off the grass area to conserve any ammunition or any casings or anything to that effect that would be around. I wanted to make sure people were off and there was as much evidence preserved as possible.
So just to be clear, by the time you got to the tent, Mr. Kirk had already been removed and taken from the scene. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So in your professional opinion, what was the perimeter of the crime scene?
What do you mean by the parameter?
The perimeter, like how far did this crime scene stretch? Like where did you want people to move off of?
Oh, well, at first I wanted them all off the grass because, like I said, I thought we had a suspect in custody, so to me it would be a close encounter, so I was trying to push everybody off the grass in case there were shell casings or to that effect that got on the grass. So after I pushed them off to that part and getting up to the top where I saw that empty holster, when I saw that empty holster is when things started slowing down for me a little bit. All the chaos and stuff that's when I realized that was a rifle shot, not a handgun shot.
Okay. And that's when you saw the Losi building and it occurred to you should go check it out.
Yes, it was right in my line of sight.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you, the whole time that this is going on, you had an active body camera on your, I guess your collar, is that right?
I was right here on my
Your
chest. Yes.
Okay, and it was on.
Yes.
And it appears to me from reviewing your body camera that there was another individual who was with you that went to the Losi building who was in civilian clothing but appeared to have a gun. Who was that?
I don't know who he was exactly. He had a badge on, and I had somebody with me to back me up as I ran up the stairs to make sure I had somebody with me.
So you don't know what agency he's from or where he's from?
No.
And it looked like he had a pistol.
Yes.
Is that right?
A handgun, yes.
Or a handgun. Yeah. And so the two of you go to the Losi building.
Yes.
When you reviewed the videotape at the police department later, did you check to see if anyone had been on the Losi building after the shooting, after this individual had jumped off that you've already talked about? Was there anybody else on the roof? Did you check and see in that gap of time?
In that gap of time, no. So once I put up the barrier, I only walked up to about that point. Then I went down and reviewed the video from that moment on.
So were you able to
Damn, he
see,
got me.
are you able to say for one way or the other if
Yeah, he
anyone
sniped me.
else had been on that roof in between when the person jumped off the building and when you came on the roof? Are you able to say one way or the other?
There was people up there looking for an individual that ran that way because when I first got told the individual ran heading north, we didn't know where the shooter was, so we started climbing up and looking, clearing the building. And it wasn't until I went to the PD and actually saw him jump off of the building that I knew he was off the building.
Let me rephrase that because I think I either asked it badly or you misunderstood me. So let me go back again. So from the time that the individual that you spotted on the video jumped off the roof, right? The individual that you thought was in the prone position.
Okay.
Between that and when you got on the roof, did you ever check to see if anybody else had been on the roof in that period of time?
Yeah, and I didn't see anybody.
So you
I
did
didn't
watch?
notice anybody.
You didn't, did you look on the video to see that entire, okay, that's what I'm asking. So you did not review the video to see if there was someone between you, that individual jumping off and you coming on, if anybody had been on or disturbed that scene in any way? Okay. But once you put the tape up, then we're confident from that point on the scene was preserved, right? By the way, where did you get that tape?
Officers responded on the scene that he was down on the bottom and threw it up to me, so.
Okay. So you didn't have it on you?
No.
And you didn't leave the scene to go get it?
No.
Someone threw it up?
Yes.
Great. All right. While you were on the roof, did you encounter any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no, that's why when I saw the prone position where the person would be laying down as a sniper, being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be, the reason you would be looking for that was because some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some
Yes.
do, some don't.
Yes.
All right. And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of there being a bullet found on another roof?
I'm not.
Vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the Losi building?
I know.
All right, your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And Do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it, I don't know, what do you have to do, charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the Hall of Flags and ends while you're still on the roof, but haven't put the crime tape up yet, that's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
You mentioned when you went to the police department, you watched the video where you saw an individual up on the roof, right? And that individual was in the vicinity where you saw the disturbance in the gravel.
Yes.
And when you looked at that video, were you able to identify the individual's face?
I know.
Were you able to identify any markings
What?
on their clothing?
I know.
Were you able to identify their height?
No.
When we looked at the picture of the, I think you called it the sniper perch, so I'm gonna use your words, it looked like there was a measuring tape laid out next to it. Were you present when they measured like the distance, like how tall that person would have been?
I was not.
So you don't know what that is?
I don't.
Were you able to tell the person's weight from the video that you saw?
I can tell he wasn't heavy set. So
Okay.
more of a.
He wasn't fat.
Could you identify what shoes they were wearing?
I could not.
Could you identify anything about a hat or what was on their head?
At the moment, no, I couldn't.
And did you see a gun in the video?
I saw a long black object in the left hand as he was running across the roof.
And in fact, did you describe that in your report as a bag?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why.
All right, let's pull that report back up, please. Oh, never mind. I don't think you mentioned what you saw. So in your report, let's pull that back up, please, page 5 on the Bagley 1. So looking at the second page, you're actually going to have to go to page 6, I think. You talk about what you saw in the video where they jumped off the roof. And again, I'm going to remind you of our conversation we had before about you understand how important these reports are.
Yep.
And do you mention anywhere in this report that you saw a gun?
I did not. I just had an object.
Did you mention that you saw that object? Is that on here?
Nope.
Okay, so you left that out. Now, have you looked at that over and over again?
The video? No,
Yeah.
I've only seen it twice.
Oh, really?
Yep.
When's the last time you saw it?
It's been months.
Okay. The last time you saw it, were you able to tell what that object was in his hand?
Yes.
Now-
Well, not tell what it is. I can see there's an object in that left hand, yes.
And could you, knowing what you know about the case today, do you have an idea about what that object was?
It looks like a rifle or something to that effect, a long object.
It looks like a rifle?
Like a long object, like skinny and long. You can see it's like almost like it's covered over something.
So you saw the cover, which was the towel, right?
Yes, and the shape of it is long.
Okay. So you can see a towel, but you can't see an actual
I don't know if it
gun.
was a towel or a blanket. I don't know what it was.
But you can't see an actual gun.
No,
in the
like
video.
an object, like the form of a gun, like a long object.
Okay.
God, she's insufferable.
All right.
She is really insufferable.
At the end of that day, what time did you leave the campus?
I was probably like 9 o'clock that night, maybe somewhere around there.
And did you come back the next morning and work some more?
I came back the next morning, yes.
And you worked all day the next day?
On and off.
When you left at 9 p.m., did you or anyone else know who the shooter was on that day?
I know. Not that I know of.
And when you came back the next morning and worked that afternoon, all that day, did you or anybody on that campus know who the shooter was?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So nothing that you found that day or anyone else to your knowledge on campus was able to identify who the shooter was?
And that they know. Well, during the time I was there, no, that I knew of.
I also want to talk to you about that giant picture that was showed to you. Do you know?
Exhibit 35, I think.
Yes, it's Exhibit 35. Do you know who took that picture, where it came from?
I do not.
Do you know how old it is?
I have no idea.
Okay. And the pictures you were shown, Exhibits 1, 2, and 3, that you got up and kind of talked about and showed all the buildings and everything. Do you have any knowledge about where those pictures came from? Or
I
who
guess
took
they were
them?
drone footage, just taken from a drone.
Do you know who was operating the drone?
Sergeant Cam Nielsen from Provo Police Department.
Provo Police Department. Have you seen those pictures before today?
Before today, yes.
When did you see them?
A couple weeks ago.
And that was just in preparation for testifying?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you ever seen those pictures? I have the court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor?
You may,
Just one moment.
The court's indulgence, huh? You've had the court's indulgence. How is the trial going? It's going low and slow. Who's winning? Well, right now I would say the defense is
We heard you testify that Ms. Richards, or I don't know if she's
desperately attempting
She's an
to
employee for the forensic lab.
do anything they can. I would say they're
She is the one who took those nighttime
they're
pictures
definitely
of
not
the stuff
winning.
on the roof.
Yes.
And you testified that she told you that that was what they looked like that day?
Yes.
When did you meet with her?
I talked to her on the phone. It was several weeks ago in preparation for the trial.
So prior to a couple weeks ago, you never discussed those pictures with
Yeah,
her?
because I'd never seen them.
Oh, so a couple weeks ago is the first time you saw them? Right. And did you write any kind of supplement to your report, to add on to your report, other than what we've gone through today, that one report you wrote? Have you ever written another one?
I have not.
That's all I have. Thank you, and I tender the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Grunander, redirect.
Just one question, I believe, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, if we could pull up State's Exhibit 1.
All right, let's do that.
You've talked about this handgun holster that you observed
Yes.
on the grass in the courtyard.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you would approach the monitor when it comes up and point out as best you can where you observed that holster.
all right.
Oh, here we are.
Man,
So again, the question is
give
where
me
was
some,
that?
give me some highlights.
I'm going to.
A different question, and we think that the EMC should be allowed to, for reasons that we briefed.
Are there two different authors?
Yes,
UCGA rules.
and it does depend regarding Mr. Olson.
See, is this the moment? Watching the footage?
Are your screens secure so they're not viewable? All right. Thank you. Seeing Mr. McBride nod his head, we can go ahead to the state representative. Go ahead and play State's Exhibit 9. And if there's
yeah.
sound, if you could activate sound. I'm not sure if there is. All right. So there. All right. Let's go ahead and replay it. Just wanted to clarify there is no audio, so let's go ahead and restart it. Thank you.
Damn.
Constitutional issues in terms of.
Yeah, there's no jury right now. It's just the magistrate judge. So right now it's just a magistrate judge. There is no jury at the moment. But what I will say is, Tyler. Let me see if I can pull this up. Yes, here we go. It says, in a visibly jarring moment, the judge in the Charlie Kirk assassination trial of Tyler Robinson suddenly flinches after graphic footage of the incident is played. Yeah. Yeah. This guy is going away. Yeah, that is we all felt that. Every one of us felt that. Yeah, you see that flinch. That's how we all felt when we saw what happened to Charlie Kirk. Yeah, that was absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. And even the troll should have some respect for what's going on with this trial. I mean, it's insane. Absolutely nuts. All right. Brothers, it's a difficult thing to watch a content creator that you like say something that is, extremely delusional or stupid, especially in the realm of politics, where you may know more than the content creator that you're looking at, or that person may be beholden to a certain set of ideals because they don't want to alienate friends within their group. That is a very valid and reasonable thing to consider, is that there are a lot of people in the content creator space that have friends that are left-wing, and so they may be slightly left-wing, and they may be pulled more into that. The reality is that when it comes to... Actually, let me just change it. Let me shift the language. Brothers, there are often times where a content creator will come out and give a statement that is just tone deaf, ignorant, and it alienates people. It really does. Because that person doesn't know what they're talking about, but they speak with such confidence because they're used to it from their career as a content creator. And this is the case of Maximilian Dude. A lot of people like Maximilian Dude. They think he's fun with the fighting game stuff. They go and watch his reactions whenever there's an announcement in the gaming space. But unfortunately, Maximilian Dude is not any different than any of us. He is prone to terrible takes. And also, Maximilian Dude is an extremely sensitive guy, I've noticed, because whenever somebody disagrees with him on Twitter, he does a video melting down about it, talking about how bad Twitter is, because, man, can you believe that Twitter is so bad because they have a difference of opinion? Well, yeah. People have different opinions. If the opinion doesn't have any, veracity, if it doesn't have any teeth to it, then it's not even worth getting upset about. But oftentimes, usually when people do get upset about it, it's because their pride and ego has taken a little bit of a hit. And unfortunately, it seems like Maximilian Dude is somebody that looks at criticism on X, and while some of it may be ridiculous, not all of it is. And in fact, I would say that a lot of it boils down to, things that he said that he's legitimately wrong about. When he talked about Final Fantasy VII being 95% the same as the original in terms of all the important story beats. No, it's drastically different. I'm not saying it's a bad game by any means. I think Final Fantasy VII Remake is great, but it's definitely not the same. It doesn't have the same feel, doesn't have the same vibe. It's just different. But this is what Maximilian Dude had to say when it came to the current state of gaming.
Games will be released on PlayStation Store and at retailers and digital formats only. I have choice things to say of how we got here, but I'm going to save it. Us being in this precarious position didn't just happen because things happen. This happened because people voted for very specific people. As consumer preference, games will be released
because people voted for very specific people. Now, I think this is a particularly, I'm just going to say it, retarded take. I don't think that voting for Donald Trump had any impact on the gaming industry. I know some people will disagree, but with Kamala Harris, I don't think things would have been more affordable. In fact, I think they would be worse. Because Kamala Harris was continuing the Biden administration, which had seen some of the highest inflation in our lifetime. You know, it's crazy to me how quickly people forget. Inflation is lower now than it was under Biden, way lower. You know, things are too expensive, but that is a result of COVID era economics rather than something that Trump did. And so I look at this and it's a very weird statement to come out with, especially when you're vague posting about it. But people know, like when you talk about we're here because you voted for somebody specifically, we know there is a loathing and a derangement about Trump. So obviously people are going to make that inference that it was about Trump. And yeah, it seems very clear. Now, this is one of my most popular posts today. A lot of people, look at that, 3.8 million views. A lot of people have a lot of things to say about this particular post. And that's what happens when you dip your toe into politics. When you start talking about how Trump is bad, people are going to call you retarded if this had nothing to do with Trump. So it's a detriment on Maximilian Dude that, I mean, I think in a lot of ways has a pretty good reputation in the fighting game scene. Now, people like Maximilian Dude for his fighting game takes. He may be wrong about, a bunch of other stuff, but that's his bread and butter. I just think this is a very interesting and very poorly conceived thing to do. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Don't do that. Don't do that. This is just dumb. It would not be better under Kamala Harris. It would not be better under any circumstances. So, yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that. That's very, very, very simple. Anyway, I'm going to wrap things up for the night. I want to thank each and every one of you for your donations. I want to thank you for your support, for joining the channel, allowing me to do what I do. I thank each and every one of you. God bless you. God be with you. Have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful night. And I will be back to do this tomorrow. Unlike the quartering, I'm still going to be here. So, if you like the channel, if you like what I do, please consider becoming a subscriber. And on that note, I will bid you guys a good day, and I'll see you next time.